It's all right. We'll update one today. We will.
Phillies split with the Nationals over the weekend. They split with the Nationals after dropping 2 of 3 to the Reds, and it was a weekend for sure with the Philadelphia Phillies. A lot to get into today between the status of Zack Wheeler, the return of Aaron Nola, the return of Alec Bohm. Thumbs up. Thumbs up to the return of Alec Bohm.
Yes.
Lot to break down when it comes to the Phillies, not only this weekend, but moving forward, because my God, did their chances take a major hit this weekend. But before we get into the Phillies, let's start with your Philadelphia Eagles. Johnny, good morning, by the way.
Good morning to you, too.
Eagles had their second preseason game over the weekend against the Browns, and it was probably the biggest waste of time for anybody who went or watched.
It might have been now that's supposed to be the important preseason game.
Oh, my God, it was hideous.
I got to tell you, that was and I only watched it on the DVR and then watched it later because I played golf Saturday morning and then just wasn't worried about getting back. And I got to tell you, that was horrendous. That was horrendous. And neither team cares. One of the worst teams in the NFL didn't care, the Browns. Like, they didn't care about it.
Well, I think
NFL's got to do
the Browns cared at least with Dylan Gabriel because it was their chance to put their third-round pick on the spotlight, especially considering what happened in their first preseason game where Shedeur Sanders balled out, so they wanted to give Dylan Gabriel the spotlight.
Sure.
But he didn't look good.
Well, I mean, it's just the game was horrible.
You didn't enjoy Dorian Thompson-Robinson completing 5 passes for a whopping 17 yards?
No, I did not. And honestly, I don't have to wait for final cuts to know he doesn't deserve to be on an NFL roster.
No.
He does not. No. Because, honestly, people will say, well, he's not playing with the best guys. He was playing with guys that are all hit. There were no best guys in that game for the most part.
There's eye test tells you right away.
He's got to go. He's got to go.
Yeah, preseason week number 2 was not necessarily the most fun product to pay attention to.
It was not.
There were some good. There were some not so good. So let's lead with the not so good because you sent me an email where you don't want to panic, but
I'm not. I said I refuse to. No, I said I refuse to panic.
But some concerns starting to bubble.
Yeah, just about one thing.
What?
The depth of this team is a problem. We think that this team is like the biggest roster in the NFL, and oh my God, the roster's great and everything. The offensive line depth stinks.
Yes, it does.
Like, it stinks. Like, or they just really look bad when they get the opportunity, the backups, to show what they're about. It's one or the other. Their offensive line depth does not look good.
No.
Which surprises me.
And look, one of the guys they acquired has not really been able to play because of an injury of his own right in Kenyon Green, but there were a lot of questions.
And he was a guy who was tossed aside.
Right. When they first traded for him, that was part of the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade, everybody's first thought was, all right, let's see if Jeff Stoutland can figure something out with this guy. Not, wow, look at the player they acquired. It was, let's see what Jeff Stoutland can make of Kenyon Green, but he's, of course, been hurt. And so you're going with the Brett Toths of the world and the Matt Pryors of the world.
By the way, I got to tell you, Toth is the one that, to me, is just, it seemed like constantly they were pointing out that he was getting smoked.
Yeah, and he's a vet in this league at this point.
I mean, it's bad. That's bad. But then again, I'm not gonna get down to my predictions or my thoughts on the 2025 Eagles are not going to be determined by the backups. Because I'm going to assume health.
Yeah.
But should this season be about injury, I do have deep concerns. Because even on the defensive side of the ball, I mean, they're young. I'm willing to give Young opportunity to grow.
Right.
I'm willing to give Young the opportunity to cook. The offensive line just doesn't interest me.
Yeah,
the names just don't interest me.
Look, it's concerning, and when you have this much money tied up to some high-priced players, you obviously find some areas where your depth is lacking. You mentioned the offensive line. You're surprised by it because the Eagles are always on top of the game about the offensive line. Look, if you're talking about cornerback too, we still don't know who is in the lead for that position battle. They were mixing some other guys out there on Saturday as well. But imagine if whoever wins the job gets hurt, right? There's a reason why it's gone this long into training camp, and we don't even have an idea of who would be the starting second corner on the opposite side of Quinyon Mitchell.
I said it to you the other day on post-show headlines. I truly believe we are going to see and we'll talk about the trade later. I really believe we are going to see Howie adding veterans to this team because that secondary needs needs a veteran, at least one.
Right.
Maybe two.
Maybe. Now, I will say, Drew Makuba played his rear end off against the Browns in his limited opportunities, and he showed a knack for the football. He showed that he can get after one interception, which was returned for a touchdown.
That was a bad play. The Browns, that was terrible.
Yeah.
Right?
But you make the most of your opportunity.
Oh, I got you. No, I got you.
Because here's the deal.
But that's a play.
How am I supposed to know that Sidney Brown doesn't just run through the receiver because he plays reckless? Right?
Okay.
Makuba goes after the football, makes the play. If you're in the right position to make a play, I don't care how bad the Browns were in that situation. I don't care how telegraphed the pass was. The fact that he read the eyes, made the play, that's a thumbs up. And when you're doing a competition battle, you're going to use every bit of information that you can get. So Drew Makuba with the pick six also gets the fumble that falls on the ground. It just falls on the ground, but he gets it. Look, he's in the right place at the right time. That's part of the game.
It is. I don't really read. I don't read as much into it as everybody else does on that. Like people were like, "Wow, Makuba just." I didn't read as much into it. I am very excited by him though, and I do believe in the football finding a guy, being in the right position. I do buy into that. So
we talk about it with Reed Blankenship all the time, don't we?
Yeah, I
say that exact same thing about Blankenship.
It's you got to convert it. The play that he intercepts though. That is honestly one of the worst plays I've seen in a long time. That is a terrible play. And even his coach says that is I think he may have said that's maybe the worst play he's ever seen. His coach is quoted as.
Sure.
That was terrible. That is like, I mean,
still made the play.
Oh, I got you. You're never going to see that play in a real game. That's like, or by an NFL quarterback isn't making that play.
All right. Well, and if he doesn't make the interception, he lays out the receiver.
Oh, I got you.
And he's in the right place. I'm not going to break down that play much more. I mean, Andrew Makuba was in the right place at the right time. He did everything he was supposed to do.
I hope he does it because that's one of the things is that I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, I want him to win the battle.
Now, the thing is when
I don't hide my biases.
Okay,
let me get that, though.
And the thing is the biases are great. I mean, I want to see the guy do well. But you don't usually give Blankenship credit for that. You'll go, that was an easy interception. Nobody could have blown that. You don't usually get Blankenship credit for that.
Well, that's because he made the break.
So I'm surprised you're giving Makuba one that's like Little League.
He made the break on the football. Sometimes Blankenship it's in no man's land, and he catches the football because the quarterback.
I consider that play easier than anything I see Blankenship do.
I mean, I don't even think this has to be a Blankenship versus Makuba conversation.
I'm just saying is that
I want them to work together, which is why there's a position battle going on between Makuba and Sidney Brown, who drives me insane when I watch him play football. So I want Makuba to win the job.
When DeCecco joins us later, I want to hear it because I got a feeling Sidney Brown's winning that job though. Just stuff that from reading, from hearing the coaches talk, I have a feeling, or at least he gets the first chance to show that he's going to get that job. But Makuba's on the rise because of the injury probably, and a little behind the eight ball, sort of like last year Cooper was.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, reaction preseason week number 2, the good, the bad. We got all kinds of stuff that we're going to get into from that Eagles game and from the weekend of Philadelphia that was insane, including a trade yesterday. And our question is, why? It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
If A.J. Brown has the season that Andrew DeCecco thinks he's going to have,
14 on this championship Monday. Thank God for that Eagles championship. Football Mondays on the Fanatic, presented to us by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. We promise we will get into the Phillies and the Zack Wheeler news coming up at the bottom of the hour. But weird news from Eagles land yesterday when the Eagles made a trade, acquiring John Metchie, who's played 2 years in the NFL, from the Houston Texans. Wide receiver. They trade away Harrison Bryant, one of the tight ends that they acquired during the offseason when there was speculation about whether or not Dallas Goedert would return. Obviously, that when Dallas Goedert does come back, somebody had to have been the odd man out. Most likely, we thought practice squad or being released, but Harrison Bryant gets traded. I think the Texans had one of their tight ends get hurt, so that may have
he did. He's out, and he's out for the year.
So that opened the opportunity for the Eagles to say, all right, we have a proven tight end, not world beater, but a proven tight end that is available in the market for a team that may need him in Harrison Bryant. So they trade him to Houston as well as a 5th-round pick in exchange for John Metchie and a 6th-round pick. So you get another wide receiver that has NFL time under his belt.
Not a lot. I mean, he's got
2 full seasons.
He's got 67 targets in the NFL. He's got how much? Like 40? Like I think 35 or 40 receptions.
40 receptions, 40 receptions. Yards.
Yeah, I mean he's been a spare part in the NFL. I loved him in college.
Yeah, I mean he was a 2nd-round pick.
Loved him in college.
Coming out of Bama. Like he was a 2nd-round pick. So
and he's been tied to the Eagles for a while.
Right. And so the question is why? Because now we put the tinfoil caps on, right? And we'll talk to Andrew DeCecco about this at 7:55 as well. One thought is A.J. Brown worse off than we expect? Do they not believe in Jahan Dotson? Or do they not believe in some of the younger guys? Because Metchie also has return ability. And right now, when we're talking about the battles in camp, wide receiver, one of those big names is Ainias Smith and his ability to return. But if they think there is a better option out there, maybe the Eagles said this is the guy that we want to roll with.
He's got to be that, right? It's got to be return game, right? Because he is Dotson. It's the same role. Like you just went and got another guy to give you what Jahan Dotson is already supposed to give you. He's the same guy. I got to tell you this, if I'm just going by what I watched in college and what I've seen of Jahan Dotson, I'll take Metchie all day long.
See, I wouldn't go that quick.
I would.
I saw Dotson put together a hell of a rookie season with the Commanders.
I did, and then I've seen nothing since.
Well, Metchie has one career touchdown. I mean, he hasn't done much.
I'm talking the skill set.
Yeah, I got you. You're going off the college tape.
I'm taking him all day long, if that's the case. The thing is you got 2 guys now that are the same role.
Sure.
For the same team. And you paid a 3rd-round pick last year to bring Dotson in here. It tells me that I believe that there's something that they're
Super
not
Bowl
seeing.
champion Jahan Dotson.
That you're not seeing in Dotson. That you
see,
think
that's not where I go.
Because you don't need
really
another.
You
don't need another one of him. There's not enough balls to go around. Like there's not enough role. There weren't enough targets last year for Dotson.
Right.
Let alone to bring in another guy who's the exact same guy.
Well, to me, this was like a nothing trade. Like I didn't like. I'm curious as to why they made the trade.
Well, that's what I'm curious about.
This late in training camp.
Well, there's a reason.
Right. There has to be a
reason.
So
the reason I'm trying to figure out the reason. The reason, I mean, you brought in another guy who does what Dotson does.
See, it's funny. And this is how we all have different brains, right? Your reaction versus Dotson. My first thought is, what's wrong with A.J. Brown? My second thought is, all right, these second-year guys, as much as they're talking up Johnny Wilson, we don't hear them talking up Ainias Smith as much.
Right.
Darius Cooper had the great first preseason game, and Kevin Patullo was very quick to say, yeah, we like what we've seen so far, but he's still got a lot to grow. He's still got a lot to do to get on the NFL field. I didn't even think of Dotson as one of my first reasons.
The first question I had, and when I saw the deal, the first question I put in and tweeted to the Schefter tweet was the A.J. Brown injury. I worry about it,
that was my first
I worry
thought.
about it, too, because that's a reason where you could say they both could have action. They both could find action in this offense if A.J. Brown's not a part of the offense. But if A.J. Brown's part of this offense, Dotson and Metchie are not part of the offense.
Right. And that's why you gave up a tight end that wasn't probably going to make your roster, and you swapped day 3 picks.
And that means, but how many wide receivers are you keeping?
I would imagine it's 5. And so that means Anais Smith and Darius Cooper probably go to the practice squad if they can make it that far. That's my guess.
Yeah. Cooper's probably going to go. But I don't think Cooper was making the roster.
No, I didn't think so either. We were talking about that last week.
Yeah, we talked about Pro Show headlines the other day if you listened and if you watched and subscribed.
He had an uphill battle going up against 2 draft picks.
People were assuming he's making the roster. I did not.
I didn't. I just thought it was a nice, fun story. Right. Maybe you found something.
Yeah, and then you cultivate it.
Right.
And the fact is, if you put him and Smith out there, maybe one of them gets through. I don't know. I don't think they both get through.
I think they'll keep 5, and I think Johnny Wilson is now your 5th receiver.
Yeah, well,
because of everything that he can do, also in the blocking game.
And he's also earned it, by the way. I think Wilson's also earned the opportunity.
Has. All right, coming up next, we'll get into the Phillies. I may not be that concerned about the Eagles. John's not that concerned about the Eagles, but the Phillies season may have ended this weekend. Sorry. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A wild weekend in Washington. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies split with the Nationals down in D.C. over the weekend in a series that ended in an 11-9 shootout victory. Aaron Nola and Alec Bohm both returned from the injured list yesterday, had different returns. Nola only went 2 1/3, gave up 6. Bohm, he went yard in the second inning. So good for Alec, not so great for Aaron. And Nola's not the only pitching concern for the Phils from the series. Zack Wheeler was placed on the injured list with a blood clot in his shoulder. There's no current timetable for a return. Rob Thompson talked about the scary injury situation.
We don't know. We don't know the timeline, and I'm thinking a lot about Zach and his family because it's not a hamstring injury or something like that. So we just got to carry on. People got to step up.
So as Topper said, we're not sure if or when we'll see Wheeler again this year, and that would be a big, big loss for the Phillies. The Eagles fell to the Browns in preseason game 2 over the weekend, but they weren't just active on Saturday. Yesterday, they traded with Houston for wide receiver John Metchie III, the 6th rounder, giving up tight end Harrison Bryant and a 5th rounder. Metchie, a former second-round pick out of Alabama, is entering only his 3rd NFL season. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco coming up at 7:55. Vic Fangio meets with media at 9:40. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your trained and certified experts for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Previously on Unfiltered.
When you talk about
Salciunas.
Today's talk show, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 6:25 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So we spent the first 20-some minutes of the show today reacting to preseason week number 2. Yippee.
Come on now.
Now we get to react to some pretty bad news that broke over the weekend for the Philadelphia Phillies. And look, we have a lot to break down from this series with the Nationals, a 4-game series in which you split.
How many storylines? Seriously, so many storylines out of one 4-game series that should have been a 3-foot putt to win 3 out of 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And you split 2-2, and yesterday was dicey, and the bats go cold on Saturday, ice cold to the tune of 0 runs, getting shut out by the Nationals. Just a wild series. But before we get into the series itself, we have to react to the news that was Zack Wheeler going on the 15-day injured list. And again, if you remember our conversations, I was kind of hoping they would sit him down. But I had no idea, nobody had any idea, that this wasn't just like shoulder stiffness or shoulder soreness or fatigue or innings piling up, but instead of blood clot.
No, the blood clot thing, nobody could have seen that coming. I mean, it's a horrible thing.
It's horrible.
And I know 2 people that personally, one that's suffered from it, who has suffered from it multiple times, one who died from it, someone who died from one that was undiagnosed that passed through and died. But theirs was supposedly in their leg and then passed through up to their heart and killed them.
You know what's insane? I didn't even realize I swear this has nothing to do with the shirt I'm wearing today.
It's a heart festival. Look at that.
My buddy Kyle, who had...
And he had that deep... Did he have deep vein thrombosis or something else like that?
I forget what it was exactly, but he had a heart transplant at the age of 24. And
that's so crazy.
He had clotting. He was my college roommate, so like...
And you're wearing it today, and you didn't even know you were wearing it. You just put the shirt on.
I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
It's just the number one story, and where it begins. The number one thing is this is a scary, scary thing.
Yeah.
This is not I keep hearing them talk about an injury. This isn't an injury.
Yeah.
To Zack Wheeler.
No, and he goes on the 15-day IL because it's like, all right, let's just put him on there.
This isn't an injury. This is a life-threatening condition.
Sure.
Like now. From reading, and again, just reading.
Right.
This is not a area where the clots tend to go through and create life-threatening problems.
Right.
That doesn't mean that they can't, but it's not one of those areas where they see it where it does.
Right.
That's why they tell you, by the way, on planes, get up and move around.
Right. Compression
or move
socks.
your legs like compression socks.
Yeah.
Move your cross your leg. If you cross your legs, stretch your legs.
Take your shoes off.
Do those things. No, don't take your shoes off on planes. Don't do that. But get up and do things on planes and stuff because the deep vein thrombosis.
I'm a shoe taker offer. I don't care.
Keep your stinky feet away from
Keep your
it.
feet away from it. As long as you have socks on, I have no problem.
Socks.
As long as you have socks on, I have no problem.
I'm not.
As long as you have socks
on.
on.
Man, it's
by the way,
disgusting.
I didn't tell you about that too. Is I saw somebody have to do that on the plane coming from California. I saw someone have to correct somebody else going, please, put shoes on.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Yeah, you can't go barefoot.
And so that's the big thing is be well, Zack Wheeler.
From the human standpoint, because that's my lead when it comes to this Zack Wheeler situation. From a human standpoint, you hope that he is okay.
I don't see any way he's coming back.
Now, from the baseball standpoint, I completely agree with you there. Like, I again, not a medical expert. There's talks of blood thinners. Are you going to be able to pitch?
You're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to do certain.
You're not allowed to play. I think the Players Association.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Players Association. I don't think he's allowed to play on them.
Right. It's not just going to be like, all right, he's on them for 15 days. Now he's off them because we have a playoff push. Right. Like.
Right.
I don't think we're going to see Zack Wheeler again in 2025. That's my guess. And if that's the case, I'm sorry. They're not going to win anything. Like, they got no shot. They could still win this division because the Mets scuffling as much as they have been. They won yesterday. Fortunately, the Phillies were able to hold on to win, so it's still a 5-game lead in the National League East. But even though you might still be able to win the division, if Christopher Sanchez is now your Game 1 starter, you feel good about it.
Who's your Game 2 starter?
But that's the big question. Like, you had it set up where it's Wheeler, Sanchez, and what we said about this baseball team, the reason why I wanted them to be buyers at the deadline was because of the rotation, because I did not want to waste the rotation. This was when Wheeler was still pitching great, Christopher Sanchez still pitching great, Ranger Suarez had not had his fall off just yet, but if Ranger Suarez did get moved or something with Ranger Suarez, you had multiple arms. We all thought that Andrew Painter at some point would get called up. We'll see what they do now with the Wheeler situation. This is why I wanted them to be all in at the trade deadline. Now, all of a sudden, Suarez doesn't look like himself. Zack Wheeler might not be back. So Christopher Sanchez moves up to your number one starter, and I don't know who your game two starter is.
Well, your second best starter for the past month is a guy that you'd never believe.
Yeah, you're not going to have Taijuan Walker.
I don't know that that's true anymore.
But he's your second best.
No. That you're not going to have him throw.
No, I'm saying game two.
Well, right now is what we're staring at. We don't know because Ranger's not Ranger.
Right.
I mean, but who knows in October? But
and then we got Luzardo too.
This is terrible because this is one of those spots where real life collides with sports. And what we do for a living is frivolous. What we do for a living is talking about games, talking about everything like that. And anything you say, you don't want it to be callous or whatever. But there's not a lot of reason to believe Zack Wheeler being gone. He's honestly your number one reason to believe in this team.
Yeah, and so if he's out, like I'm ready to say it's done. Like I'm sorry to be rash and harsh.
You're talking about
mid-August.
You're talking about winning 3 series is done.
Yeah,
they could win a series.
Oh yeah,
they could win a series.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about World Series,
to win
which the
3
conversation
series.
always was.
Yes.
World Series
Absolutely.
or bust. Since the season ended last year against the Mets, since they went through this offseason where they didn't do much at all, and of course we complained about that.
Correct.
And then we got to the trade deadline, and the shame of it, period, again, Zack Wheeler having the blood clot issue. From the baseball standpoint, this happens after the trade deadline, so now you're not going to be able to try to add to the Phillies' rotation. Nobody thought that was going to be a situation, and this is crushing to me, because I know that Zack Wheeler could very well be done for the rest of the season. Who knows moving forward? That's another question that I'm sure doctors are talking about and thinking about constantly about the future of Zack Wheeler. But if you don't have him, this inconsistent lineup, which we saw play out again this weekend, this bullpen that I only truly trust one guy, which played out again this weekend, if they lose Zack Wheeler, that takes a major, major hit to what this team had in terms of their chances to winning a World Series or getting back to a World Series.
It's completely different. I mean, it is, and you don't want to be this, look, you don't want to be gloom and doom. You don't want to, but the number one thing we got to start with, and as we did, is it's the health of Zack Wheeler. And it's just not, this isn't good.
No, and look, you guys have heard me since leading up to the trade deadline and post-trade deadline. I don't think they were a World Series team after the trade deadline. I didn't. I never.
You didn't think they were in the division?
Yeah, I thought the Mets.
And you were that disgusted with them.
I
with
was
what they
that
didn't
disgusted
do,
that
with
I
what
thought,
they didn't
absolutely.
do.
And
Right.
so I did not really think post-trade deadline they really, really, really improved their chances of getting to the World Series and winning. I thought they improved, right? Harrison Bader was a better outfielder. Duran, obviously, it's not even a question what he does for this bullpen. But I did not think they made enough improvements, enough moves dating back to this past offseason to be true threats to win the World Series. And now that you lose Zack Wheeler, I don't really know what to expect at this point.
There's not a lot
I'm hoping for a playoff series win at this point.
We can hope, exactly. And one of the things that would be clear to me is that what you're hoping for is you're hoping for that they don't have to play in the wild card series. So what you're hoping for is that you can skip the wild card series. So you want to be one of the top 2. That's nothing to sneeze at, by the way. But you're hoping for one of the top 2 seeds. So you can avoid having to play in a best of 3, because when you don't have pitching, you're trying to play the least amount of games that you can. And so you want to be one of the top 2 seeds so you don't have to play that best of 3.
Yeah.
And so I just, it doesn't look good. And there's every reason to think that there's some severe trouble.
Yep.
Right.
And that's just Zack Wheeler. So as the show continues, there is a lot to react to from this weekend with the Phillies. I will ask the question straight up. You heard my reaction to it. Do you believe the Phillies World Series chances are still alive following the news of Zack Wheeler and the blood clot in his shoulder this weekend? Because I don't. And that freaking sucks to say on August 18th. If you think I'm insane and you feel great about the Phillies' chances still, I would love to hear from you because maybe that'll put a smile on my face. You could text and you could call in 610-632-0975. But again, the Zack Wheeler news, not the only thing to react to from this weekend of the Phillies. We'll do more of that as the show continues. But I want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. When Zack Wheeler, when that news comes out over the weekend, what did you make of the Phillies' World Series chances? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The summer's here, and you know what that means. Engagement season. But remember, don't force it.
Don't tell your significant other.
A sports talk show. This is today's talk show.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 6:40 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We will get to the text line here momentarily. I'm reading a story on ESPN.com from Stephania Bell.
Stefania
Sorry.
Bell. She's their doctor. She's their
my
doctor.
bad.
Their sports. She's their sports doctor. I'm surprised you haven't had her on yet.
No, not yet.
You'll have her on the network. She used to be a guest. I used to have her on all the time. She's really good, and she can tell you a lot about injuries and things like that. So when injuries happen, she's always a good go-to source.
Well, yeah, she dropped an article this morning.
Very good about Zach?
On the Zack Wheeler situation. So I'll try to read it during one of the commercial breaks and give you some more information, because I saw one of our YouTube comments from Kieran.
Okay.
And Kieran says, why are you guys talking like Wheels is completely done for the year? I think he comes back in September.
Why? Why would
that may just be the optimistic outlook?
Well, I mean, look, it's great to be optimistic. It's how about this? It doesn't, that would not be the mainstream realistic outlook.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be realistic, the most realistic of outlook.
Yeah, I'm Captain Optimism, right? So I'll play this part real quick. This is not a situation where you can look at Wheeler as an option for the rest of the year. You have to go into this assuming he's done.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
I mean, this is not a simple little situation.
No, this is like potentially life-threatening, major medical condition that there is no timetable for. Some guys come back. Some guys' careers end as a result of this.
And he could walk.
Yeah. Like, that's the thing. We already know that he was talking about, when this contract's up, I'm done. We've seen it's the NBA, not Major League Baseball, but Chris Bosh's career came to an end as a result of blood clots. This is not as simple as like, hey, sit him down and get him rest and hopefully he comes. No, you have to move forward assuming that he's done.
So remember, he's not throwing either.
Right, exactly.
He can't throw while he's doing this, and while he's doing the blood thinners and everything, he's not going to be throwing.
So here's one of the paragraphs from the story. And again, our question when it comes to the Zack Wheeler situation, and again, we hope that he is okay.
We're rooting for him to, right, that's what we want.
From the Phillies' perspective, do you still believe they are World Series contenders without them? And I immediately say no. I didn't like this team really to begin with, but I still held on to hope when it comes to the rotation. But without Zack Wheeler, I don't think they have any shot. So for anybody that's like surprised that I said that, I feel that way. I'm sorry. Treatment for a clot in an elite athlete depends on the root cause. According to Dr. Jason Lee, chief of vascular surgery at Stanford, who treats high-performance athletes with these conditions, though he's not involved in Wheeler's case, treatment can include any combination of blood thinners for 1 to 6 months. So if the MLBPA does not allow you to play with blood thinners, if we're going the minimum 1 month, that takes you into September. Again, he would not have been throwing, so he would have to ramp up. And then there's other situations where they could do a procedure. And if you're doing a procedure, you're now out for months.
And they can do well. It depends on what the procedure is. I mean, they can do procedures to break up blood clots, so they can do that. I just don't know what that is.
Rib compression.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Which is a potential rib resection to prevent future episodes. I'm going to guess if you're
I don't think he's
messing
doing that.
around with the ribs that you're going to be okay to pitch a couple days later.
I don't think he's back. I don't see any way that it's – and we're not trying to be Debbie Downers. We would want nothing more than him to be okay. But, look, we want him to be okay personally.
Right.
But it's the idea is that, look, it's not – you can have all the optimism you want. It doesn't make a lot of sense to predict that you'd think that he is back this year.
You know what this feels like? This feels like the Monday morning after the Los Angeles Rams game back in 2017, where we were all waiting for the MRI results on Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
And you had an idea of what was going to happen, and you figured it would probably be the worst. And there are some people still holding out hope. But
sure.
The other question is, if this scenario plays out like that one, and you lose your biggest piece for the rest of the year, do you feel like we're going to get that lucky twice?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I don't.
Now, the thing is, though, again, what we're all saying is, though, we're not saying you can't win one series.
No, you can.
Win
Christopher Sanchez gives you, let's say it's at the best of 3 wild card round. Let's say they fall out of the division, which I hope that's not the case, but let's say that happens. You win game 1 with
Sanchez, and then you win another.
You need to win one more game.
You absolutely can. But to win a best of 3, I'd find it incredibly hard to believe this team could win a best of win 3 consecutive series, including 2 best-of-7s.
Right.
Not with this pitching.
Zach Wheeler.
Not with this pitching staff.
Yeah.
Not with that Wheeler.
All right. What do we got on the text line? You can text the show at 610-632-0975. It
and we
sucks.
want to be. Look, we'd hope that he'd be okay.
Yeah.
But we can't.
It just
we're
sucks
hoping he's
coming
okay.
in this morning, knowing when I set my alarm last night, knowing when my alarm went off this morning, that I would be coming in with this attitude. I hate having this attitude.
No, we don't tend to be. We tend to be pretty optimistic.
Yeah, but I can't lie to you guys and say I think the Phillies have a legitimate shot of winning the World Series. I didn't want to lie to you beforehand without Zack Wheeler and the clotting issue, and definitely not now. What do we got?
So we have a check-in here from Jay, who says maybe this is a point where the team rallies around the Zack Wheeler news and its motivation that can fuel them for the rest of the season, but this team needs to try and win one for Zack.
That's great. Again, that can carry you a little while.
Zach. That's great.
Yeah, it's great.
This isn't a Disney movie. Sorry.
And you know what? Win one for Zach. The playoffs don't start for another month and a half, so you got to win a lot for Zach before you even get to the playoffs.
We got 34, by the way, is your magic number.
Okay.
And so if you're talking about 6 weeks of baseball, if you look at that, that just means 6, a combination of 6 every week. Not even 6, but a combination of 6 over the next 6 weeks. You got to win 3, the Mets got to lose 3. It looks pretty easy to win the division. With 34, wait a minute, whoa. You get, looking at the schedule, the Phillies to win 3 and the Mets to lose 3, you win the division. If that happens, so some weeks you're going to win 4. Then all you need is the Mets to lose 2. That's pretty.
With this inconsistent offense and a rotation that does not have Zack Wheeler all of a sudden.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I think it looks pretty good for as far as winning the division.
Hey, you said pretty easy. I think
it's still no. I think it now though it drags. The idea of this thing being over by Labor Day weekend is completely different because now the next 2 weeks aren't going to be as easy. It's not going to be. You're not going to have a chance to put the Mets away next week.
Oh, it starts tonight. You got a 3-game series with one of the best teams in baseball. The
Mets just took 2 out of 3 from.
Right.
So the a mediocre Mets team just took 2 out of 3 from them.
Okay,
so
that
you got
happens.
to. So you got to. Right.
Hopefully the Mariners don't want to bounce back and take 3 of 3 against the Phillies. You know?
I got you. So hopefully you're going to be all right, and you can find your way out of it.
All right. What else we got on the text line, Connor?
We also have a check-in here from Steve, who says Zack Wheeler could be back for the playoffs. Damian Lillard came back in about a month with a blood clot last year in the NBA.
It's not. He is not a pitcher. He's not a pitcher.
What happened to Damian Lillard right after that?
What, an injury? Yeah. I forget exactly.
And they're not. But more importantly, Damian Lillard.
He tore his Achilles.
Correct. And Damian Lillard's not a pitcher. This is right in his shoulder.
Yeah, this is in his throwing arm.
And it's in his throwing arm. And by the way, Damian Lillard's not Zack Wheeler's not going to be pitching. He's not going to be throwing while he's doing this. And by the way, too, part blood thinners, which I didn't need to be on, ended up saving my life because the doctor put me on them, and that's how they found out I had cancer, which was weird. They thought I had AFib because of the stupid Apple Watch. But they can't just take you off. When you go on blood thinners, they got to be really careful when they take you off them.
Right.
Because you can get a stroke. So you got to be really careful.
This is bigger than baseball when it comes to Zack Wheeler. It's then
much bigger.
What happens post Zack Wheeler with the Philadelphia Phillies in the 2025 postseason. I don't think they can win without him. I love that people are optimistic.
I love the optimism.
And I hope that you are all right. For those of you saying, I hope Wheeler's back, or I can see Wheeler coming back in September or October, I hope you're right because that means he's healthy.
Sure. That's what we're worried about right now.
That's the case. All right, coming up next, we'll reset our topics. Also, let's revisit a question I asked the show last week. My fear played out yesterday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Wheeler goes on the IL. I'm Connor Thomas. And the Phillies, they split with the Nationals over the weekend down in D.C. in a 4-game series. Final game was 11-9 yesterday. It turned into a shootout. And we'll talk about Aaron Nola and Alec Boehm's returns in a second, but the big news out of the weekend was Zack Wheeler going on the injured list with a blood clot in his shoulder, a scary medical situation, and also one that does not leave him with a timetable for return. If he's done for the year or done for an extended period of time, that really hurts the Phillies' chances. So Rob Thompson talked about the plan going forward for Wheeler.
We don't know. We don't know the timeline, and I'm thinking a lot about Zack and his family because it's not a hamstring injury or something like that. So we just got to carry on. People got to step up.
Now, the Phillies did get reinforcements on Sunday. Aaron Nola and Alec Boehm both returned from the injured list. Nola, though, gave up 6 through just 2 1/3. Alec Boehm did go yard, so some good, some bad there. We'll see when they take on the Mariners tonight as the stretch continues for the Phillies. The Eagles fell to the Browns in preseason game 2 over the weekend, but they weren't just active on Saturday. They also made a trade yesterday for Houston wide receiver John Metchie III. They got a 6th-round pick back for giving up Harrison Bryant and a 5th. So they add to the wide receiver room. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco coming up at 7:55. Vic Fangio meets with media at 9:40. This update's brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies. Got to check them out. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni.
Live here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. When the Zack Wheeler news came out over this weekend, other than the human element side of things, your reaction was what? My reaction was, unfortunately, well, that's it. Because I don't think that they are going to win without him. I just don't. And I didn't like how the team was shaping out before the news came out, and I don't like it even more so after.
When you saw him go again, I mean, you just saw he wasn't right. And it was just a matter of he wasn't right.
It's just crazy that they did do the MRI and they saw nothing.
That is weird because that's what is very, very strange to me.
Like they saw nothing, and he went out and pitched again.
How did they not see anything? That to me is what's really odd. Like how I don't believe it got that all of a sudden. This clot all of a sudden became this visible.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, it's because it's something that reading about it, it's something that usually develops over a 6 to 8 month period of time. So 6 to 8 month period of time.
Or maybe it was
on average.
Yeah, on average. Because look, he was pitching great before the All-Star break.
Yeah, it's just weird.
And now all of a sudden, unfortunately, he's got the blood clot. And again, reading this story from ESPN, the final paragraph for the people that keep on saying, he could be back, he could be back. The Phillies have indicated that Wheeler will undergo further evaluation upon return to Philadelphia. For now, the timeline is uncertain, but given the seriousness of the issue, there will be no rushing him back.
Oh, there's no rushing. You can't.
I think it's very, very, very optimistic for people to think
it's the man's life.
There's a chance.
It's the man's life we're talking about.
I wouldn't expect to see Zack Wheeler pitching for the Phillies again. All right, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, WPN, HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. We'll check our text line some more as this show goes on. But last week I asked you guys a question. Whether or not you were excited, which was the word we used, for the return of Aaron Nola. And you both were excited, and I understood where you were coming from.
And for 2 innings, I was excited.
But the reason why I was not excited was, what if it doesn't look good? Because it did not look good before he went on the injured list, and my God, did we quickly find out it hasn't looked much better post-injured list. And that's why you may have been out, Connor. There was a day where John and I were doing the show, and I said, I'm not buying this Lehigh Valley gun at all. David Robertson was pumping 95. Nola was sitting around 93, 94. I didn't believe the radar gun at the Iron Pigs facility.
This is where Ricky tells you, don't believe the minor league guns.
He'll tell you not to believe the major league guns.
Well, I don't believe them either. I don't believe the stadium guns at all.
Well,
I don't they want the crowd to be fired up.
I watched Aaron Nola throw an 87-mile-an-hour fastball with no movement whatsoever up in the zone to a batter.
And dude,
I don't care if it's the Nationals.
Dude, that's on a stadium gun.
Yeah,
where they're trying to make sure they're always boosting numbers.
87 miles per hour.
Yeah, that plays in D3.
Yeah.
Maybe D2.
So I was not excited because of what could have been, which is what happened on yesterday. One of the funniest tweets in my life I read this weekend was, well, at least it wasn't any home runs. It was.
I saw somebody do it. It wasn't a bad inning.
Yeah,
I'm like, wow, that's the stupidest thing. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
He was throwing batting practice. So
was awful.
Don't give me these weird analytics, lack of.
He did.
The bacon wasn't
was
good.
Ridiculous.
Whatever these baseball stats are. Aaron Nola had a bad inning, and Aaron Nola showed you that the velocity is still down. And that is a major concern, not just for 2025. A major concern for many years to come.
And the long-term contract he's got, oh my gosh. That was bad.
87 miles per hour.
That was terrible. Just terrible. It was that inning was so bad. And we saw the same thing then. We got in the same algorithm with that one. Yeah, the inning, when you go back and watch it, it really wasn't a bad inning for Aaron Nola. That is the stupidest analysis of an inning that maybe I've ever read. It was horrible.
If you want to cover baseball, or
he's
cover
not
the Phillies,
fooling anyone.
Be real. Yeah, he was throwing meatballs to the Nationals, and
they were just
and that's the Nationals.
off.
Imagine if it was like the Dodgers or other top teams.
No, they would have been in the parking lot.
Right. And so one of my big concerns with the Nola return was, hey, if he's not good, which I think we were all kind of just hoping that he would be. All your bullpen plans of, well, you move this guy to the bullpen, and that's one of your added arms, which is why, even though they acquired Duran, you and I were on the same page saying they probably should have gotten another arm. Because you're relying on David Robertson, who we'll see what he is as the season continues, and Aaron Nola coming back, moving one of those starters into the bullpen. If Nola's not good, and now that you lost Zack Wheeler, what do you do?
This is going to reflect really poorly. Look, you never could have predicted a blood clot for Zack Wheeler.
No, that's not Dombrowski's fault.
But this is going to be a year where you're going to look back on Dave Dombrowski and go, man, this really wasn't executed.
I've been extremely disappointed by him this year.
Yep, this was executed poorly.
But I've been extremely disappointed by him, and
I don't blame you.
Look, I feel bad. Like, I'm usually a guy that comes in good mood. Like, obviously, I can complain about teams all the time, but like, I'm in a really bad way with the Philadelphia Phillies today.
Well, it's bad.
Hang on now with the Dave Dombrowski thing, because the offseason, terrible. The trade deadline,
mediocre.
If you had gone heavier, and let's say you traded Crawford or Miller or Painter, in addition to the Abel and Tait trade with Minnesota. And then this Wheeler thing happens, and then Nola's throwing 87. I mean, if you had gotten another bullpen arm, how much closer does it get you? We're still saying they're done without Wheeler. So
okay, well, I'm going to say this to you, is that everybody in this fan base, how about this? Not everybody. The fan base was very much trade Abel.
Yeah.
Okay. Abel had a better year in AAA last year than we have seen this year from Painter.
Right.
Better year.
I got you.
So, and everybody was like, yep, we're done with Abel, let's go. But everybody's like, Painter's going to be the savior. I don't know what you're seeing. You're hoping he's going to be. We all hope he will be. But I don't know what anybody's seeing. Because it's all wishing and hoping.
Right, but it's not just him. I'm just saying if the Phillies were to go.
I get what you're saying, going back to your point, but
I'm going to what Andrew says. The F them picks.
Yeah.
Where there are two different writers, esteemed baseball writers, who have said the Phillies not being willing to part with Painter is what blocked major deals happening at the break, at the All-Star, at the trade deadline.
Trade deadline. But I get what you're saying, Connor. But again, you couldn't assume that Zack Wheeler was going to have a blood clot.
No.
But I, from the very beginning, post-trade deadline, was not happy with the trade deadline. So even if Zack Wheeler was still on the team, I would still not be feeling good right now.
I just say, let's say you moved Miller and another pick and you got Eugenio Suarez or whatever. Is that enough that now this team without Wheeler is...
I'd feel much better.
Yeah, you're hoping hoping that your bats
I can
mash your way.
Yes. The Phillies won a World Series with a rotation that absolutely, Christopher Sanchez this year is every bit what Cole Hamels was.
Right.
In 08. The Phillies won a World Series with a rotation that I could go, yeah, I could believe it.
Yeah, because I just hear this and I go back to that John Middleton quote about, hey, we did everything right in a couple trade deadlines and seasons in a row, and we still didn't win because that's just the inherent risk of the variability in baseball. And I see something like this, and this is kind of an argument of why you have to keep something in the minor league system.
But you know what? I hated that answer from John Middleton. Absolutely freaking despised it, because now you're going to allow past things that didn't work out, which, by the way, you did win one World Series during that era. You're going to use past things that, I don't know, was anybody complaining about the trades at the time? Absolutely not. I know the 10-year drought was freaking horrible, but you put yourself in a situation where you could say we did whatever we could to try to win a World Series. I don't believe
nobody bitched when Hunter Pence got here.
Right. I don't believe they did everything that they could to try to win a World Series this year. And the fact that is my belief, and I can't agree with John Middleton saying, well, but because of what happened 10 years ago, I don't care what happened 10 years ago.
And it's a different game of baseball today.
Yeah, I think you make a very strong point there. I just think there's also that perspective of, hey, if you do go all in and something like this happens, you could be on the outside
now he's living his life scared for the rest of the way.
You can't.
I know.
Scared money don't make money. I mean, and he's a guy who is living off of a fortune. You should know how to invest it and how to properly do it.
Now, here's an interesting call that I want to take, and it could go to another player as well. Let's go to Bob, who's in Vermont. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. Great show. Love you guys so much. I love the Fanatic. You guys make me get through the day. And I just want to talk about Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
How come we're not bringing him up when Casty sits? Because I feel like if we bring him up now, we can use him for the playoffs. I was wondering what your thoughts about
Bob,
that.
You're asking the question that we've been asking for the last 3-4 months.
We can't figure it out either, Bob. I mean, it's
can't?
no. Why isn't he here? Why is he not here?
Yeah,
it is.
Isn't he hitting like 3.3?
How about
isn't he hitting like 300?
How about one of the top 5 effective batters in all of AAA?
Yeah, and
I mean,
I'm
it
just
makes no
baffled
sense. It makes no sense.
Makes no sense. And if we're gonna sit Nick Castellanos, we might as well bring him up now because if we bring him up now, he'll be eligible for the playoffs.
You got your answer after the trade deadline when Dave Dombrowski said we would love to call up Justin Crawford because we believe that he is major league ready, but he would need to play every single day, and we don't have that position for him right now. So. He's so major league ready that they can't get him on the field. That was Dave Dombrowski himself after the trade deadline.
Oh wow!
I mean, it really we don't understand it at all, and more importantly, it doesn't. They have not given us a.
Thanks, Bob.
They have not given us a. Let's put it this way: they have not given us any kind of explanation that makes any sense.
No, they haven't. He's major league ready, but. We can't find him a place to play every single day because your options are so great right now at the major league level. I'm telling you, man, Dave Dombrowski has really, really, really brought me down, man. Every time I hear him talk, I don't feel confident.
That's because he hasn't given you an answer. That's because he hasn't given you an effective answer. There's zero reason that Crawford should not be up here. Crawford is a better option than many guys, that are in your outfield right now.
By the way, after Zack Wheeler news like that, maybe you want some sort of spark. Breathe life back into the Phillies.
Oh, my gosh.
You think we're down after the news? Imagine that locker room.
Man.
All right, coming up next. Aaron Nola was not the only player to make his return yesterday. The others were much better. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Do you feel unfulfilled? Do your afternoons feel like Groundhog Day because you keep hearing the same old tired
Salciunas is brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app and play all your favorite casino games. BetParks has a great offer for new users. Got to be 21, Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is 7:12 on this Championship Monday. Thank God for the Philadelphia Eagles. Championship Mondays on the Fanatic. Presented to us by our friends at Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. All right, some more on the Phillies because we've been talking a lot about the Eagles and the Phillies throughout the course of the show. Eagles preseason week number 2 in the books. We have our check-in with Andrew DeCecco coming up at 7:55. Winners and losers from preseason week number 2. The Metchie, sorry for saying Metchie earlier, the John Metchie trade. We're just wondering why that trade was made. Does that mean something for one player versus another player? We'll find out. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco at 7:55. But Phillies had a very interesting weekend, not necessarily a weekend that boosts confidence. When they split with the Nationals, you get the bad news on Zack Wheeler. You see the return of Aaron Nola just look horrible.
It was bad.
But there were 2 other returns yesterday. One, a very minor return in terms of the amount of time, and that was Johan Duran following the liner off the ankle in the first game of the series.
T-Mac, no, you were not watching you guys had your game yesterday.
Yes.
T-Mac went into a good on Roku, because it was Roku that you had to get yesterday for the game. I just used my MLB at Bat app, and it pulled it up for us. They believe it hit a nerve.
That's what I thought.
It hit a nerve that dulled the nerve that gave him like dead ankle, I guess, or dead. So he felt like his foot was almost like a sleep.
So I was watching the game while playing Xbox,
right?
Because it was Friday night, and I was talking with 2 of my buddies that were also watching the game on their respective devices. And I'm not joking. When I saw the line drive, I was like, really? It's taking this much time? Because it hit it wasn't like that ankle bone that pops out. It was like the side of his foot. And I was like, look, a 90-mile-an-hour line drive, like, that's going to hurt. It's going to hurt anybody. It looked like he was, like, dying.
They thought, like, it hit the nerve is what the explanation did. Him and Franston.
Yeah.
Well, because they do one of the broadcasters for the Nats and one of the broadcasters. He still thinks he's very funny, by the way. If you had watched the broadcast yesterday. It gave it, like, a dead syndrome.
Yeah.
And he really didn't feel he could put any weight on it.
Right, to the point where they had to get the funny cart.
God,
no, but that was terrible. But you guys, it's so funny is, you guys are so young, and it is charming, that every single...
Oh, you used to have one. Yeah.
Every single reliever in baseball got brought in by one of those corny little carts in baseball every game, every time.
Yeah, there was no Heath Bells back then, like sprinting out of the bullpen,
every single game, every time. It was so funny to read social media the other night, and people were like, "Wow, what a corny cart!" I'm like,
"No, every team,
every time." That's what they had.
He came back yesterday, crisis averted,
and he looked good.
Yeah, he looked good. He looked just fine.
The one bat I'm trying to the first Nats batter that had like the 8-pitch at bat or 9
Dylan Cruz, I believe.
Dylan Cruz. That's the best at bat I've seen against Duran since he's been a Philly. That's the best bat. He saw 9 pitches or whatever. That to me, I was like,
yeah. And then he strikes out. Then he strikes out James Wood.
I said, dude, that's all the respect in the world.
Now the other return, and it was a great one, was Alec Boehm. He goes 2 for 4 yesterday. Hits the 3-run home run early in that ball game, which is great.
Put him up 6-0.
And then, obviously, Nola has his implosion. But it was good to see Aaron Nola. And you saw the lineup when he gets put back in there. Am I sitting here, doing jumping jacks because Alec Boehm was back? Like, no. But your lineup, Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Boehm, then Castellanos, instead of Castellanos batting in the 4-hole, or JT Realmuto batting in the 4-hole. He didn't play yesterday, but with Boehm back, you would imagine Castellanos and Realmuto are your 5-6 guys, unless you're moving Bader up there whenever you let him play. Your lineup gets a little bit deeper with Alec Boehm returning. A little bit deeper, though, because you're still missing a lot of pop, but it was good to see him go yard. It was good to see Nick Castellanos have a good day yesterday, too, because he freaking needed it.
He did. He did, and again, it's like, where are all the Nick Castellanos haters yesterday? People were like, again on the side.
Who's saying that?
It was again. That's the all. There are at least 5 or 6 I saw. That look. It seems like the Castellanos people are really quiet today.
He had 2 hits in a month.
I'm like, thanks a lot. Yes, I said that's great. This is like this is great. Let's hope we get Groundhog Day, where we see him again, because that was an anomaly. That was a standout performance. Hopefully we get to see it.
Hopefully it's the beginning of a hot streak, because we see that from Castellanos. So, look, we saw 2 good returns. Duran obviously avoided disaster, and then, of course, Alec Boehm had the nice day, but Aaron Nola didn't. And now with the news with Zack Wheeler, it's tough to feel good about this team. Now, I saw both of you tweet about it on Friday, the decision to pitch Duran. I was surprised you were bothered by it, John. I had no issue with him going out there and getting an inning of work.
And again, I think reading comprehension is a problem, because again, it's not bothered by it. It's the idea is that there are, and they had a good discussion on it yesterday too, talking to old school baseball, new school baseball people, and they discussed on the broadcast about whether people would have pitched him. And there are managers who, as they talked to, said would pitch him, wouldn't pitch him, would do side sessions, would do otherwise. If the Phillies were, because people were like, they were pitching him no matter what. And then they brought up yesterday, if the Phillies were up 10-1 in the second inning and that game held, they would not have pitched Duran. If the Phillies went out and were winning that game 10-1, 12-2, Duran wouldn't have pitched. So it doesn't mean that they had to pitch him or they were going to pitch him. They absolutely would. I don't like the idea of using closers in non-close situations. That's it. But the idea of it would have been the irony of losing him if that had been a bad thing in a non-close situation would have really pissed me off. Having him in a game where he didn't need to be in. Yeah. Because as they said, people were like going, he had to pitch in the game. He was going to pitch in the game.
I mean,
that was it.
No, he didn't have to pitch in the game.
But as they admitted, if the game was 12-1 in the 4th inning, 10-3 in the 6th, he wasn't pitching.
He's not pitching. But
he wasn't going to pitch. So they could have gone another game without him pitching.
Sure.
His arm's not falling off.
No, but he also did say he wanted to pitch.
He did say that.
And so if he wanted to pitch,
And that was part of it, is that was the decision that they said he wanted to pitch.
Yeah. And so I had no problem with it. It's just unfortunate that he got drilled by a line drive, but fortunately it wasn't as bad, and hopefully it was just
it looks like he's fine.
nerve.
So that's good.
No, he looked just
Through
fine
103 yesterday.
Yeah, he looked just fine.
Well, if you believe me.
All right, coming up next, we'll talk more about the Eagles. Following the trade that just came out of nowhere yesterday for John Metchie, what is the fallout for some of the other members of the Eagles following the trade? We'll discuss that amongst ourselves. Coming up next, don't forget Andrew DeCecco for more on that and the Eagles with preseason week number 2 in the books. He joins us at 7:55 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Scary news for Wheeler. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies finished up their series in Washington yesterday, a 4-game set that they split 2 games apiece. The big news out of the series, though, Zack Wheeler was placed on the injured list with a blood clot in his shoulder. And obviously that's more than just an injury. It's a major medical condition. There's no timeline for return for Wheeler, and the Phillies losing their best pitcher for an extended time or potentially the season is an issue. So Rob Thompson yesterday talked about what the situation is going forward.
We don't know. We don't know the timeline, and I'm thinking a lot about Zack and his family, because it's not a hamstring injury or something like that. So we just got to carry on. People got to step up.
So we'll see how the Phillies make up for the loss of Zack Wheeler, for how long he's out. Yesterday they did so with offense, an 11-9 win, and Alec Boehm was back with a home run. Aaron Nola was back with 6 earned and 2 1/3 innings, so some good and some bad there. They'll take on the Mariners tonight as this stretch of games continue. The Eagles fell to the Browns in preseason game 2 over the weekend, but they also made a trade. They acquired wide receiver John Metchie III and a 6th-round pick from the Houston Texans in return for Harrison Bryant and a 5th-rounder. So Metchie joins a wide receiver room with some other former Alabama players, or one at least, in Devontae Smith. Andrew DeCecco joins us at 7:55. This update's brought to you by Moyer & Son. Summer's heating up. Call Moyer Indoor Outdoor for expert pest control and lawn care. Moyer, trusted service, year-round solutions. Visit eMoyer.com today. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo.
We have the best O-line coach in the NFL.
It's 97.5 The Fanatic on this Monday morning. The rough weekend that was for the Phillies, splitting a 4-game series with the Nationals, the bad news for Zack Wheeler, and the ugly return for Aaron Nola. But Phillies were not the only team making news over the weekend. The Eagles also made news when they traded for John Metchie, former second-round pick in the NFL draft. And the Phillies parted ways with Harrison Bryant, who was one of the tight ends that they brought in during the offseason when there was still uncertainty with Dallas Goedert. And so you were able to move on from Harrison Bryant because you already have Grant Calcaterra here. I know they like E.J. Jenkins. It's one of Andrew DeCecco's favorites. And as DeCecco has pointed out to us numerous times, there have been a lot of games where the Eagles are just dressing 2 tight ends. So they don't necessarily need 3 active tight ends. So you were able to move on from Harrison Bryant. And you bring in a guy that has experience in the NFL, more experience than Ainias Smith, more experience than Johnny Wilson. The question is, what is the fallout from this trade? And we'll get more information when our man Andrew DeCecco joins us at 7:55. But what does this mean for the other wide receivers in the room? We know that A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith are 1 and 2, and there's no debate for that. The question is whether or not A.J. Brown's hamstring injury is worse than we're being led to believe.
I wonder.
That's one.
I wonder,
thought.
but I don't think that it's. I don't think it's unfair to suggest that maybe we're not being told everything about that. It seems odd that it's this big, that it's going on this long.
Yeah, it's been going on for a while now. But he's obviously still around. Devontae Smith is obviously still around. Everybody else fall in line. It's Jahan Dotson. It's Johnny Wilson. It's Ainias Smith. And then obviously the Darius Cooper, big preseason week number 1.
Yeah, I don't think he's part of it. Do you? I mean, like we both talked about it. We talked about it on post-show headlines last week, which gentleman saying here, he goes, what do you guys keep referring to as post-show headlines? So again, just real quickly, YouTube, go to our YouTube channel, 97.5 The Fanatic. We do it every single day. Like sort of stuff that doesn't make the show sheet.
Right.
We try to get to. And then some other stuff that people suggest and everything.
Yeah, it's sometimes zany topics or sometimes just more on football because maybe we ran out of time or baseball or whatever. Yeah, check out
today will be a post, like a bunch of things that we want to react to the Eagles preseason activities and everything.
Right. That we can't totally spend 4 hours on because preseason week number 2 was an absolute gross dumpster fire of a product.
Disaster.
But no, I don't believe Darius Cooper will make the roster. I brought this up on post-show headlines on Friday that if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, if you're dressing 5 receivers and you know that 3 of them are A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Jahan Dotson, who's going to get the edge? The undrafted free agent or one of the people you used a draft pick for? Probably one of the guys you use a draft pick for. It might be unfair, but it is what it is. Johnny Wilson, they like because of the blocking ability. Ainias Smith can also play special teams and can return kicks, which is why we thought Darius Cooper was on the outside looking in to begin with. But now that you acquire Metchie, that changes the conversation even more. Now I think Darius Cooper, I already didn't think he had much of a chance.
He's on the. I think he's a practice squatter.
But the question
maybe
is,
DeCecco will surprise us. Maybe,
who knows?
Maybe he'll say something.
But the question is, like, what does this mean for? Your first thought was Jahan Dotson. That was not my first thought.
My first thought is that they are potentially not pleased with what Dotson, because he is Dotson. He is to me, he's the same player, and you don't need 2 of them because you don't have enough targets. If A.J. Brown is healthy, there's not enough targets for Dotson.
Unless it was just asset relocation, right? Like you have a tight end that's not going to make the team or probably not going to have impact if they do. You swap day 3 picks and you get a guy that will at least be potentially usable if an injury happens.
Okay. And that's, by the way, that's absolutely could be the viable answer.
Yeah.
Could very well be.
Yeah, Dotson was not my first thought. My first thought was, add more depth to a wide receiver position. And look, when we read between the lines as much as we do with, press conferences from Sirianni and Patullo and everybody, Ray, I thought it was hilarious. Last week, Ray Dunn on the Midday Show did a segment on all of the Johnny Wilson love that has been coming out of these press conferences. Like, they are going above and beyond with the love of Johnny Wilson. There is very little for Ainias Smith. Not saying that they don't love Ainias Smith. It's just they are going above and beyond talking up Johnny Wilson. You're not hearing so much about Ainias Smith, which makes you wonder, all right, are they not in love with him either? And Metchie, who is a guy that has return ability as well, kick return, punt return, maybe they just want a guy that has a little bit more experience.
And that could be it. I mean, that very well might be the case.
Now, I saw something interesting. I'm sorry, I forget who put it out, or I would credit, but pointing back to a year in 22, I believe it was, where they only carried 2 quarterbacks on the active roster.
Well, they're not doing that. I don't believe.
Well, they do the emergency quarterback.
They'll do the emergency, but they have 2 quarterbacks right now.
Yeah.
They don't have 3.
That's what I'm saying. So if they go with 2 and maybe they try and go thin at that position and trust Tanner McKee if anything happens to Jalen, that gives you an extra spot somewhere, which could be Johnny Wilson and Anaya Smith both make the roster, and you carry 6 wideouts.
That's not a bad. Okay, that could very well be it.
Especially if they're only doing 2 tight ends, which is a possibility as well. But yeah, I don't know.
That could be it.
It was a confusing trade. It was a very confusing trade. I'm not hating it, just a confusing trade. All right, you can text in 610-632-0975. Let's get a text message. But real quick, I saw Rick Wiz on our YouTube chat about to make the drive to Williamsport.
Oh, really?
For the Little League World Series. That is something that I still have not done, and I would love to do that one
I'm
day.
sorry, I don't know if the Downingtown kids won or lost the second game.
I don't either off the top of my head.
That's a good question.
I don't know if they did or not. So, but I feel bad about that.
Did you watch any of the Major League game last night, the Mets-Mariners game?
I watched a little of it. Little of it, but not a lot of it.
I enjoyed it. You know, I like the in-game interviews. I know a lot of people don't.
I do not. I'm not a
like
big
the
fan of
in-game
it.
interviews.
But I mean,
I think it's cool.
It's interesting. It's different. That's a tiny little.
It is a very tiny ballpark. It is a very tiny ballpark. All right, what do we got on the text line?
So we have a check-in here from Ben in Bucks County who has his own roster theory here on Johnny Wilson. He says, I think that maybe Johnny Wilson's going to have a position change to tight end after this season. So maybe they're adding to the wide receiver room for the future there.
What?
Do you guys see that as a possibility?
Johnny Wilson's not tight end.
No.
Big-bodied wide receiver, I think is what he's going for.
I don't think he's going to be.
Tall and a decent blocker. No. I mean,
no.
We've tried this before. Remember Tyree Jackson?
Oh, yeah.
Quarterback to
Remember
tight
that?
end.
By the way, I got suckered in on that.
Oh, we all did. We all did because he looked good. He looked good in camp, and he looked good in the preseason games, and then they barely played him. Then he got hurt a lot, which didn't help either. By the way, the Pennsylvania team lost on Saturday, so they
did. So they lost both their games.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
All right, what else?
Sorry that I did not know that.
That's all right. What else you got in the text line?
Christian checks in on the Phillies conversation. He says, do we still try the 6-man rotation and bring up Andrew Painter, get the kid some starts and get the guys some rest? I know this sounds nuts, but it could help them.
It doesn't sound nuts, which is why we have
nuts.
We have a segment prepared for it in about an hour from now.
Yeah, and it doesn't. We'll get into that deeper, but it doesn't sound nuts.
Look, I don't know what I have in Aaron Nola. Did not look good yesterday. I don't know what I have left with Ranger Suarez. It has not looked good for about a month now. I don't believe we will see Zack Wheeler return, despite a lot of Phillies fans trying to look at the optimistic view that he could be back. I highly doubt that we see him. Do you trust Taijuan Walker to be your Game 2 starter? Jesus Luzardo, we talked about him going to the bullpen.
By the way, I'm okay with Jesus Luzardo as
sure.
I'm all right.
But Andrew Painter, you might need to, out of necessity, throw him to the Wolves and see if he could fight back. Out of necessity. Because I can't have an 87-mile-an-hour fastball pitcher up in the zone keep me from not calling up our top prospect just because he struggled in AAA.
He struggled.
I know.
Okay, wait a minute. Here's the only thing I ask you, and I ask both of you this. Do you not have to earn it?
No, I think you do have to earn it.
He hasn't earned it. He has not in any way earned the opportunity.
Yeah, but you know what? Earlier this year, Mick Abel, they called him up out of necessity. Remember, it was they had a couple of guys out.
No. They had a necessity. There's not a necessity right now to bring him up.
We're not far away from necessity.
No, we're not far away from it.
No, I think we're there now.
Okay, let's not kill the later conversation. We'll get into it later.
We'll get into that later on, we promise. All right,
job.
Andrew DeCecco is going to be joining us coming up at 7:55. But before that, we continue our Eagles discussion because It wasn't all ugly this weekend for the Eagles and Phillies. There was some good that came out of preseason week number 2. We touched on Makuba earlier in the show. We'll do more of that coming up next because there were a couple of rookies that had good games, and there were a couple of players that sort of put a stamp on the position battles that we're keeping an eye on throughout camp. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philly fans, you are the best sports fans in the world. You're not stupid.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Real quick before we get back to our Eagles discussion, you brought up the Little League World Series. So
by accident, believe me.
I love the Little League World Series. So on Saturday, Mexico versus Puerto Rico. Mexico.
How old were the players in the game?
Mexico was down 4-0 in the top of the fifth. Remember, Little League World Series, only 6 innings. They're down 4-0. Kid hits a game-tying grand slam to make it 4-4, and then hits a 3-run home run in the top of the 6th inning, and they win 11-5. 7 RBI, 2 home runs, 7 RBI in 2 innings.
Phillies, draft that kid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Sign him.
They said him and his wife went out for a nice beer post-game. Come on.
You're insane with this, dude.
No, I'm not. There's been the amount of cheating that's gone on with the Little League World Series.
You're letting it scar you today. They're not cheating.
Yeah, they're not cheating.
This is the purity of baseball.
Even the American teams cheat.
Oh, Mexico won yesterday as well.
They did.
So they avoided elimination. They beat Panama 2-1. That's a highly contested baseball game right there.
Panama.
All right. Saturday, even though it was an ugly game, 90 degrees outside.
Oh my gosh.
1 o'clock Saturday in August.
Nasty.
By all accounts, not many people there. It was a quiet building.
I was told like 42,000
and a sleepy 42,000. Hot day.
Nasty.
And, you're not excited when Dorian Thompson-Robinson is going out there and throwing passes for you. And also the Shedeur Sanders luster goes out the window when he misses the game because of the oblique injury. So you didn't even have like something from the Cleveland side of things to be intrigued by, right? It was a very boring game. But, look, it was a good showing for Drew Makuba, who had the 2 turnovers, the pick 6, and then recovering the fumble that Dylan Gabriel just kind of dropped. But a good day for him. A very good game for Jahad Campbell. This kid is going to be really exciting to watch. And he wasn't the only linebacker, the rookie linebacker that showed out. Smile Mondon had a good game, too.
I told you that that was the one that a lot of people up in Athens were saying the Eagles had targeted him. He was the guy that the Eagles were targeting. They wanted to grab him.
Right.
So he was a target of theirs for a while.
And they got him in the 5th round. And he could be a guy that's like your special teams ace to start and maybe eventually make it to the field, because with Nakobe Dean's future really being questioned, and obviously you have Zach Bond, could Smile Mondon eventually replace maybe Jeremiah Trotter Jr.? I'm not trying to run Jeremiah Trotter Jr. out of town, who's also having a good camp, by the way.
Yeah, Jeremiah Trotter Jr.'s taking a step forward, it appears.
Yeah.
From all the commentary.
We have a linebacker room.
Linebacker depth?
No.
It's unbelievable,
No,
man.
we're not allowed to have that here.
No, maybe we are. We have wide receiver depth. We have linebacker depth. Like, it's crazy how it's topsy-turvy land. And what do you know? We're winning Super Bowls because of it.
We keep trading for wide receivers, though. The linebacker depth, we're getting some homegrown stuff going on here.
That's
great.
a good point. I still look back at the Dotson trade, and I was fine with it. So, like, I can't crush him for it. I can't.
No, I mean, in retrospect, you can say, first of all, what you saw for other wide receivers traded afterwards, it was overpay. Because you can see the deal was an overpay.
Well, the deal happened for a full season, where those deals happen at the trade deadline. So it's not going to cost you as much.
It was, and he had one, and he's turned out to be.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like everyone, you keep on bringing up the whole what other wide receivers were traded for. He also has another year of control. So, like the Eagles traded a 3rd-round pick for a guy that they had 2 full seasons of.
Okay, and they just traded yesterday for another guy who does the exact same job.
Yeah, but I don't think Metchie has anything to do with Dotson. That's my feel.
Okay, but what could he not? How could he not? Because how could it not be? Because he's the same player.
If they have 3 receivers on the field, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, I don't think Mechie's all of a sudden overtaking Jahan Dotson. I could be wrong. We have Andrew DeCecco in 10 minutes.
No. It could be. Is if A.J. Brown if they're worried about A.J. Brown's health, then absolutely not. Then it's great to have him around.
Right.
For that. It seems to me that there's not, if A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are healthy, there's not enough balls to go around for Dotson to get a look, get targets. I don't know where it fits, unless where the talk comes of special teams. And I hope that DeCecco maybe has some information on that, because as a special teams usage, then that intrigues me.
Right.
Then you just go, okay, that increases, because really they don't have a return game. if that's the case.
Well,
or maybe,
unless it's Anais Smith because he did it in college.
and whether that's the case is they're not too intrigued. They'd rather have Metchie and then be able to
Which
have that.
could be a possibility.
And then that is intriguing to me. I just want to know the answer why they did it.
Yeah.
Because to me, it does seem like that. Because you invested again, you're investing draft picks in that wide receiver room again in August.
At least you got to pick back for it.
Right.
Like it's not
you
like
flip where you get your own pick back.
Right.
Which is interesting.
That's
the same pick.
Oh, we got somebody from Williamsport. Let's go to Steve. Steve in Lansdale. What's up, Steve?
Hi, Steve.
What's going on, buddy?
How you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. I've got to get back to on my way to work this morning. I heard y'all talking about that Mexico game, and I just wanted to call and share my experience out there this weekend.
Were you there for it?
I was. So I'm from Lansdale. I came in Friday, caught the 7 o'clock game. I'm a big sports guy, big Phillies guy. So I decided that I'm going to go out there all day Saturday.
That's cool.
I sat on that baseball field from 11 o'clock till 9:30 at night, watched every game. And just the camaraderie that's there, the meeting Todd Frazier. I met Coach Kip, which is one of the coaches from the New England side. I got videos with the Venezuela boys.
Did you buy some of them a beer?
Stop, dude. Come on, man. They're kids.
Yeah.
Did I buy them what?
Some of them a beer. Look at some of the Venezuelan kids who are a little older.
At the Little League World Series, there's no alcohol.
Okay,
no,
good.
I know. John's making the joke because he thinks all the kids are
They may have brought their own
of age.
Some of those teams look a little older than some of our kids.
They don't.
Yes,
Now,
they do.
Yeah, Todd Frazier, fun to meet. I met him at the Holiday Inn, traded some pins with him. And I went down there for the sole fact that as a kid, I always wanted to go there. Where I'm from, we didn't have Little League. We had Dixie Youth. So I never got to make it that far. And as an adult, I told my wife, let's do something off of our bucket list. Let's just go to Williamsport.
That's really good.
I think that's a great trip, Steve, and thanks for the call.
Our boss should have bought you breakfast.
Yeah,
He's
lives
from
out there.
He's from up there.
I've never gone.
It's a
one day I will take my son.
It looks like an experience, and it's great.
Yeah, I played with a kid in college that played on the PA team from the Newtown
really?
Square team. Yeah, so he talked about it all the time.
That's gotta be so
He said he
cool.
would have traded the rest of his baseball career for that
That's
opportunity.
The thing is, the kids go up there now and play in those tournaments, so the kids get to go up there.
Right. A
Now,
lot of kids get to see it.
Seems like a lot of kids go and
Yeah,
do
but
that.
this is still different, man. The Little League
it's
World
different.
Series.
Yeah, it's different.
Representing your region, your country.
Your coach gets to be mic'd up.
And it gives impassioned speeches.
Yes, and says he loves you and everything like
All right,
that. It's
coming
great.
up next. And then they all have a beer afterward,
That's
according
great.
to you. Andrew DeCecco joins us
That
for
one
his
team, they were-
preseason
half
week
of them were
number 2
shaving.
recap. Preseason week number 2 recap with Andrew DeCecco. And what did the John Metchie trade mean? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Oh, a busy weekend in Philly sports. I'm Connor Thomas. A lot went on this weekend. Let's start with the Phils down in Washington, where they split with the Nationals over the weekend. The final game yesterday was an 11-9 victory in what was a shootout. Aaron Nola and Alec Bohm both returned from the injured list. Had some differing results. Nola went 2 1/3, gave up 6. Bohm went yard in the second inning. So good to have Bohm back. Nola, we'll see what he is, but he's not the only pitching concern. Zack Wheeler was placed on the injured list over the weekend with a blood clot in his shoulder. Timetable for his return is uncertain. A scary situation, and Rob Thompson talked about it.
We don't know. We don't know the timeline, and I'm thinking a lot about Zack and his family because it's not a hamstring injury or something like that. So we just got to carry on. People got to step up.
Phils will carry on by playing the Mariners tonight. Back home here at the bank, the Eagles fell to the Browns in preseason game 2 over the weekend. They weren't just active on Saturday, though. They made a trade for Houston wide receiver John Metchie III, giving up tight end Harrison Bryant and a 5th rounder. They also got a 6th back from Houston. So the wide receiver room gets even more interesting. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco about that coming up next. Hear from defense coordinator Vic Fangio at 9:40. This update's brought to you by Aleve. Traffic and body pain can slow you down, but don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief so you can keep moving. Use as directed. I'm Connor Thomas on your own for the best birds coverage. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Will be joining the show as you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. After we talk with DeCecco, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas in the 8 o'clock hour, and we'll get more into this Andrew Painter discussion because we had somebody text in about the six-man rotation with Wheeler out. Does that lead the Phillies to calling up Andrew Painter? I think they have to.
So you say have to. Like
yes.
you emphatically say have to.
Yeah, I think
even though he hasn't earned it.
Throw him to the Wolves. Figure it out. And we'll get more into that coming up.
Okay, why haven't you done it, though? Why haven't they done it to this point when they could absolutely have used him?
Well, they didn't need him. Now you do.
Okay. I get your reasoning. But I think they were actually saying we wanted him to show that he earned it because we're afraid of him getting scarred.
Sure. Yeah. Like Spencer Howard.
And then
his peanut butter jelly sandwiches.
He's the peanut butter and jelly guy.
Yeah.
Tell Ricky that, by the way, sometime. It's so much fun to just watch him go.
I'm sure he loves hearing it.
It's so much fun to see Ricky just go, what the
All right. Joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline every day in business, big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next from inside the birds. And, of course, here at 97.5 The Fanatic, my fellow football guy, Andrew DeCecco, joins us. Andrew, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
How are you?
Before we even break down that wonderful game that took place on Saturday, I don't even think you, as big of a football fan as you are, could have taken any joy out of that. But before we get there, the John Metchie trade that happens out of nowhere yesterday, what did you make of it?
Well, I thought it was, that's a high upside trade. You're adding a player who really hasn't fulfilled expectations there in Houston, who does have a certain degree of an ability, and he adds depth to a very young receiving core, and that's really my whole read on it, guys. Beyond the top three receivers, that being A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Jahan Dotson, there wasn't a ton of experience with Johnny Wilson, Anais Smith, Darius Cooper. There's ability, but there's unproven ability, and I think John Metchie gives them another player that if someone were to miss some time, you feel a little bit more comfortable with someone who's appeared in 29 games to step in there, and there's not as much of a projection. And look, Howie Roseman has proven time and time again that if he sees an opportunity to strike and better the roster, he's going to pounce on that regardless of the position. So I think that was a home run move, very, very low risk.
Is it too critical to say that it appears that their ability to identify wide receivers past what they've, like the trade for AJ, the drafting of Devontae up high, that they really haven't been able to hit on guys later on?
Yeah, that's a little strong. You're talking about a couple of day three guys and Johnny Wilson and Anais Smith. And first of all, that they've identified someone in Darius Cooper, who's an undrafted free agent out of Tarleton State. So I think that would kind of pour a little cold water on that, John. And also, Johnny Wilson is a player who he didn't get off to a fast start to training camp, but later on, I'm starting to see the confidence building, and that happens with reps. And now he's using his frame to his advantage, and he's developing a connection with Jalen Hurts. So there's ability there, but it's unproven. And I think when you look at that group beyond the top three, if one of those guys was pressed into service in a regular season game early on, I don't know how much you can go out there and believe that they're going to capably execute it so the offense doesn't get off without a hitch.
So let's try to talk about this entire receiver room, right? The question is, why Metchie? Is this something to do with A.J. Brown's injury? Is this something to do with the progression of Jahan Dotson? Is it more so the second-year players? You mentioned that they may have found something in Darius Cooper, but are you really going to dress 6 wide receivers? So what is the fallout to this trade for Metchie usage, and then who makes the team and who doesn't?
Yeah, this is really interesting, Andrew, and I just view it as he's a player that was available for cheap. Tight end Harrison Bryant, in all likelihood, was not going to make the roster. Mm-hmm. The Houston Texans needed a tight end. Brevin Jordan, their tight end, has suffered an ACL injury, so there was a good match there. And Metchie is a young player with some upside. Now, he doesn't play special teams. He's played just 30 snaps over 2 seasons, and he doesn't return punts. So that's where it becomes interesting. But let's look at the wide receiver depth chart. You have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, Metchie, Johnny Wilson, there's your 5, and then I think they carry 6, at least right now. I don't want to tip my hand too much because I have to do my 53-man roster after the final preseason game with the other beat writers. But Anais Smith is a punt returner. You have to look at, when you're looking at the 6th wide receiver, it comes down to game day value. Anais Smith can return punts, but so can Jahan Dotson. Jahan Dotson's returned punts in practice, and he does have that background dating back to college, so in theory he could do that. It comes down to who do you risk losing on waivers, or who's more likely to be claimed on waivers, and that would probably go down to Anais Smith and Darius Cooper. Anais Smith, still 1 year removed from being a 5th-round pick, might be that guy.
I have to ask a question that I was asked this weekend that I was told to deliver the mail here to DeCecco. Could you ask this question of Andrew DeCecco? So I got it on the golf course. I'm going to ask you. Do you believe that we are going to see Cooper DeJean return punts in a game this year for the Birds?
Well, depending on how the wide receiver room shakes out, that could be your answer. But I have to tell you, if Vic Fangio has his way, John, he won't be back there returning punts.
That makes me happy.
He's too valuable.
That makes me happy.
He's too valuable to what the Eagles do, and they really seem to sort of shy away from that. And they've exhausted different options. Well, I shouldn't say they've exhausted. They've really used Avery Williams, who they signed to a 1-year deal in free agency. He hasn't done a whole lot this summer. And Anais Smith is somebody who I believe is best suited to be the Eagles punt returner at this time. I think they're doing everything that they can to answer your question to make sure that Cooper DeJean isn't your punt returner, even and maybe in a special situation like Deshaun Jackson back in the day.
All right, preseason week number 2. We got to break this down with you because I half jokingly say even you wouldn't enjoy preseason week number 2.
You know he did,
but I'm sure that you did. Let's talk about.
There's always something to learn.
Hell yeah, there is. And let's talk about Drew Makuba, who had a very, very impactful day in preseason week number 2. How much does that game help his stock for this battle with Sidney Brown?
Yeah, quite a bit, especially coming down the home stretch here. Drew Makuba played in his first preseason game. Sidney Brown's taken the lion's share of the snaps this summer because Drew Makuba was nursing that shoulder injury. And Drew Makuba was starting to get some first-team reps when he returned to team drills, and now he's making a case to start to eat into that even more. No one's quite emerged from that position group until that preseason game, and I think that he's now warranted more of an expanded opportunity here to seize this job. You see the ball skills. You see the ranginess. I think he adds another dimension to that secondary and really is the ideal pairing opposite Reed Blankenship. This is the player that I've talked to you guys about before the draft. After they drafted him, I highlighted his skill set. He's highly intelligent, really good ball skills, can be a versatile player that Vic Fangio can get creative in how he deploys them. And I just think when you have a player like that who can allow your defense to be multiple, you have to find a way to plug them in. You don't draft somebody in the second round and not start them barring something unforeseen.
That's exciting news. I mean, that's exciting, and it gives a little versatility to be able to do. And that's something that I've noticed a couple times is that Vic Fangio want to talk about is, versatility of roles. I mean, do you think he's pretty pleased with what he's seen this summer? Or do you think he is a little lukewarm on what the performance of what he's seen out of some of these younger guys?
As a collective, I'm sure.
As a collective,
a little. What's that? Yeah, as a collective, I'm sure he's probably underwhelmed at the cornerback room. No one's really stepped up and maximized that opportunity. But as far as safety, I think Sidney Brown has actually had a solid summer, and I think the best way to describe Sidney Brown is he's at his best going forward rather than going backward. But he had his best practice, I thought, Thursday, day 2 of joint practices, where he was really attacking the line of scrimmage. He laid a nice stud on tight end Harold Van Jr. It's just a physical player who craves contact, and the way that practice was structured was that they were doing a lot of runs in the red zone, and Sidney Brown was able to really shine there. So, but by and large, he's had a nice summer. Drew Makuba, when he's been out there, he's had a good summer. The linebackers have had some bright moments. Smile Mondon Jr., Jahad Campbell, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., and Moro Ojomo, and some of those young defensive linemen as well. So I think as a collective, he has to be pretty pleased.
Is Trotter Jr., to me, I don't know if it was just my naked eye. I was really impressed, at least what I saw early on Saturday. You?
I was more so, John, in the joint practice, both sessions, particularly Thursday, the second day that I was referring to. But in the game, it looked like he had a little bit of trouble getting off blocks, and that was I guess that's the one hindrance, if you will, to his game. He's so instinctive. There's the play recognition. He's smart, but he doesn't have necessarily the body type of some of those other, the prototypical linebacker. So he's had to get by with different intangibles, and not every player has. But that's what I noticed, that he had some difficulty shedding blocks upon first watch.
Let's get the latest update. CB2 battle. You mentioned it, how they would probably be a little bit happier if somebody actually kind of stood out. Doesn't look like anybody is standing out. So based off of your watching of the Eagles and your reporting, who's in the lead, and is there a chance that CB2 is still not on this roster?
Well, I think ultimately Jacorian Bennett has the highest upside, and I think when the dust settles, it will probably be him. But if the Eagles had to play a game, let's say today, I just get the sense that they would feel more comfortable with Adoree Jackson, who's more of a floor guy, as I like to describe him. You know what you're getting. He's not going to dazzle, but he's played a lot of football. He's played in 97 games, and he'll probably give up a lot of stuff underneath, but you have a little bit more of an understanding of what he's going to do out there rather than the variance of a younger player within the confines of that defense. But I do believe that there's some time here for Jacorian Bennett to start to make his climb towards that number 2 spot, and I imagine he's going to be getting quite a few snaps this week to really cement his status there. Haven't seen much out of Keely Ringo this summer. It's been more uneven, and I think it's probably, if I had to guess now, would come down to Jacorian Bennett or Adoree Jackson for that top spot.
I think the DeCecco thesaurus may be a good piece to write sometime before football season. Because some of your terms, like the floor and everything, for everybody knowing like a floor guy and all these kind of things, I think it's very instructive. I jot some of this stuff down. It's very interesting.
Appreciate it.
Like it.
You're a football guy, Andrew. That's all.
He's a football guy.
All right, brother. We appreciate the time as always, man. What's the schedule looking like this week for you?
Well, heading down to NovaCare right now. Practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I have unfiltered 4 to 6 Tuesday, 2 to 6 on Wednesday. I believe I'm joining you guys Thursday morning from 8 to 10, right?
Yep, absolutely.
8 to 10, and then I'm hanging with Ray for a couple hours till noon, and then I'm doing 10 to 1 midday, and then I'm heading to MetLife for the game.
You sound a little busy this week, and you will be all football season.
That's great.
We appreciate the time, brother. Thank you as always.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
There is Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline. Oh, man. Cornerback too, man.
I learn something every time I read his stuff, every time I hear his stuff.
Yeah. He's still leaning toward Jacorian Bennett eventually.
Bennett made a play. Like, I was just glad to see him get back into that game because I was worried.
Right.
I was a little worried about that.
I hear you.
Can't make the team in the tub.
Nope. Coming up next, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this championship Monday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo. If
Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. Thanks to our man, Andrew DeCecco, who joined us in the previous segment. We'll get into some Andrew Painter discussion coming up in the bottom of the hour. But it is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
And it's brought to us by our friends over at Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com.
Real quick.
Yeah,
sorry.
go for it.
Shout out to the old Dirty Batters who took down our Gloucester County Royals yesterday in the championship.
They were the better team yesterday.
Of our men's league.
Heard you guys were like lame.
Bats went cold. We were the Phillies.
Dr. Avidan Appel couldn't have helped your lineup yesterday.
Bats went cold, but I want to give a shout out to the team that won it, Old Dirty Batters.
That's fair. You're a good man.
I love that name, by the way.
Oh yeah, and they raked.
That is a great name.
They went yard a couple of times yesterday.
Wow.
All right, what do we got, Connor?
Anyway, yes, we're going to talk a Little League World Series in a second, but let's talk about a team that did not have a great weekend on the diamond, and we can point back to something about this. So the San Diego Padres went out and they got swept by the Dodgers this weekend. They had a lead in the division. Now they're down 2 games. And we saw this in the past with San Diego fans and their song creation. Now, this was created earlier in the year, but it was getting pushed around on social media a lot over the weekend in preparation for that series with the Dodgers. This is what you don't do as a fan base.
Slam Diego love.
Wait a minute. We have a...
I don't know what
San Diego.
I don't know what I hate worse, this or Sirianni love.
The Padres.
Wait a minute. We have a midday opening, don't we?
San Diego. Loves
don't let the boss hear this.
It's just, guys.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm not going to say anything about Bill because the Eagles won the Super Bowl. So, obviously, his singing of Sirianni love did not hurt that team. But as fans, you can't be doing this stuff.
I hate stuff like that. Like,
so you don't like any of those type of songs?
No. Like I hate it. It's such an old man get off my lawn thing. Like I hate it. I hate when Eagles fans do it. I hate when it's local. I hate any of these songs. They're so dumb.
Okay.
Is it better or worse than "Let's Go Goose" and whatever crap they put out?
That's the worst.
"Let's Go Goose" was the worst.
That was
because first off,
that was 5 dads that had a few Miller Lights and said, "You know what would be a good idea? Coming up with a song."
I'm not sure about dads.
Those guys are probably college students.
The first guy, I don't think was a dad.
Either way, just stop with the songs. You're gonna make your team lose.
It was bad.
It never works out.
I'm anti-song for the team. I always have been. Always with the amount of times I get emails from people, "Hey, can you play this on there?" Like, nah. Because odds are it's not good at all. The only one that's good is Ain't No Stopping Us Now because it was professionally done. And they made an Eagles version and a Phillies version. Remember?
And I didn't think they were good.
Those were good.
I didn't think they were good.
They were professionally done.
Yeah, they were professionally done. They just took the song and then just plugged in.
I mean, at least it was the same band.
The Phillies got the groove.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Same group.
Yeah, I understand. I didn't like it.
It's the same song. Instead of "You Got the Groove," it's "Phillies Got the Groove."
Yeah, but they squeezed it in. Like, I mean, they squeezed in bad lyrics.
I'm fine with those.
Yeah, it's just the fan songs, but stop them. Now, something that players turned into fans for was the Little League Classic last night for Major League Baseball. And while the PA team has not had success at the Little League World Series, they lost their 2 opportunities and have been eliminated, they did make a little bit of news during the game last night. I'm not sure if you guys saw this.
I saw it. I love it.
But the PA team was sitting front row, and there's a great camera shot after Pete Alonso striking out of the entire PA Little League team, just screaming at him. They're doing like the sword celebration or whatever.
Let's go down in town.
It was just a beautiful, beautiful thing. They're raising those kids right.
Hell yeah, they are.
It starts young here in Philadelphia.
Hell yeah, they are. And of course, there were people online that were upset. Oh my God, the kids. What are these?
No, that's great. That is great stuff. That is great stuff.
As long as those kids are good kids in society.
They weren't cursing them out.
Right.
It wasn't cursing out Pete Alonso. They were heckling Pete Alonso, and they were doing it cleanly.
And I bet you Pete Alonso thought it was hilarious.
I think it's spectacular.
I've talked about this before. I can never hate Pete Alonso, even though we can make fun of him for the lifting and stuff.
During the...
I went to a Phillies-Mets game years ago, and I got there early enough. He was having catches with kids every game of that series. And that's one of those things where I go, you won me over.
I'm telling you, you go to a Mets-Phillies game and watch it when we were at the first series, earlier this year. Watch Pete Alonso along the lines, signing autographs with fans. He is like one of the best.
He
is like one of the best.
He makes it hard to hate him.
And there are Phillies players who will walk right by.
Yeah, I just like that he has catches with the kids.
Yeah.
You catch,
oh no, he's signing autographs.
You
for a long
catch
time.
one ball, you could talk about that the rest of your life.
Right. The blue and orange is just a good enough reason to hate him for me. We'll round out with this replay.
By the way, they should have signed him.
I think you'd be. The funny thing is I think Pete Alonso and Connor would be like best friends.
Philly should have signed him.
They'd be best friends, roommates.
Not good place for the Mets.
Philly should have signed him.
All right, we'll round out with this. Not as fun of a topic, but a replay from earlier.
This is bigger than baseball when it comes to Zack Wheeler. It's then
much bigger.
What happens post Zack Wheeler with the Philadelphia Phillies in the 2025 postseason? I don't think they can win without him.
There's one way. There's only one way. The boy's got to slug. That's it. Like, now the lineup just has to be hot for a month.
Yeah.
And by
So
hot,
what does
I
that
mean
tell
like
you?
incredibly hot.
The lineup that we still don't know who plays.
Exactly. I'm not saying it's probable.
Coming up at 9:15, we're playing who will play in the outfield for the Phillies.
By
again
the way,
today.
that was a suggestion from one of our listeners. They enjoyed that game last week, and we got it right.
We did get it right.
So can we get tonight's lineup right against the Mariners?
Like, it's unbelievable. Like, lineup's got a slug. Like, yeah, sure. Do you believe it? No.
By the way, I'm just going to say and I'm not trying to take a cheap shot at somebody. It's not the Mariners. And if anyone else in the Philadelphia area caught it, they were embarrassed too. It's
Who
not
the hell's even saying that?
Somebody said it. And not at this station.
Who?
Somebody said it. On local television said that the Mariners were coming in for a series this week. The Mariners. Not good.
I kind of like it.
No, I don't.
I might start using that.
Nah, it wasn't good.
Phillies Mariners next. In
The
this update.
Mariners.
No. I want the show to be taken seriously.
It wasn't
sometimes.
good.
All right, coming up next, does the Zack Wheeler injury make the Phillies get aggressive with another move? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles add to the wide receiver room. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles made a move over the weekend, adding wide receiver John Metchie III from Houston. They made a trade that also included a sixth-rounder coming back. They gave up tight end Harrison Bryant and a fifth-rounder. So the wide receiver room gets a little deeper. The Eagles fell to the Browns in preseason game 2 over the weekend, but it means we're another week closer to actual meaningful football. So we'll keep you updated on what's going on with the Birds. Vic Fangio will meet with media at 9:40. The Phillies weekend was not good. They went down to Washington. They split, and yesterday was all right for the offense, an 11-9 victory in a shootout down in D.C., but Aaron Nola did not have his best return to play. 2 1/3 innings on the mound. He gave up 6. Alec Boehm did hit a home run in his return from the injured list as well. But they have a new injured list member at Zack Wheeler, who went on the injured list with a blood clot over the weekend. And that's a scary situation. The timeline is uncertain. Rob Thompson talked about it.
We don't know. We don't know the timeline, and I'm thinking a lot about Zack and his family because it's not a hamstring injury or something like that. So we just got to carry on. People got to step up.
So we'll see how long the Phillies will be without Wheeler as they start a series with the Mariners tonight. This update is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code radio for an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia.
Here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get back to our text messages momentarily. We've been reacting to the second preseason game for the Eagles, the trade for John Metchie, which took place yesterday. But, of course, the tumultuous weekend that was for the Philadelphia Phillies, splitting their 4-game series with the Nationals. Just a wild, wild weekend for the Phillies because first, they come out of the series with the Reds where they drop 2 of 3. And you're like, all right, this is a get-right spot for the Phillies against the Nationals. And they lose game 1, 3-2. And it was just wretched, like just wretched. And that was the Jesus Luzardo. Should they have kept him in? I was fine with it. But they lose 3-2. Then they come back and win 6-2 on Friday. That's, of course, the same game when Duran takes the line drive off the ankle. And you're wondering, all right, what is this? And, of course, he comes back yesterday, which is good. But on Saturday, the Phillies get shut out 2-0. And then yesterday, 11-9, Nola, a meltdown. What else is new? The bullpen falls apart. And then Duran has to get the save. But mixed in this entire wild weekend for the Phillies was the Zack Wheeler news where he gets the blood clot in his throwing shoulder. And I'm still amazed that there are a lot of Phillies fans that believe he will be back. I can't imagine that he's going to be back for the Phillies this season, even the playoffs.
I don't know why anybody who has I don't know why anybody believes he's coming back.
Just wait till we get to the text line.
I don't understand it.
All right, we will get to the text line soon. Anyways, Zack Wheeler, I think, is done this year. And
by the way, that's all we care about is just him being healthy.
Him, the human being, right?
Because and I'm not 100% sure he's pitching again.
Right, we don't know.
Because this is something that is this is bad.
Just for context,
J.R. Richard died of this.
Right.
Like a major league pitcher died of this.
And in case people want just to try to use other examples, again, there is the article on ESPN.com that was a great deep dive.
Stefania Bell.
Thank you. Matt Harvey. Remember Matt Harvey? Matt Harvey had the thoracic outlet surgery, which because of also clotting issues, he missed 2 seasons.
He did, and was never the same.
And Zack Wheeler has been pretty clear with, hey, I got 2 years left under my contract. That's it. Like, I'm done after this contract's up. So I'm not and we don't know if it's going to need to be surgery. We have no idea.
We have no idea.
Hopefully this is just a couple of months and he's good to go. But a couple of months means season's over.
There is one good thing, though, about the surgery option. And Dork Boy reading a lot yesterday about it. The people with the surgery, especially even athletes who've had it, surgery doesn't affect people's normal activities at all usually after it's done.
Right.
Now, I don't know about a guy throwing 100 miles an hour, but it doesn't usually affect them at all. It's just about keeping it from pinching.
Right.
It's not minor because of the procedure that it has to be, but once it works, it works.
So also in this story, with appropriate treatment, athletes have a very high likelihood of returning to their pre-injury level of performance, to your point. But
correct.
Zack Wheeler's not 27.
Absolutely.
And so that's another thing to keep an eye on. So Andrew Painter, I know he has not pitched well enough in AAA for me to say confidently he would be able to come up here and be just fine. I don't say that at all. But what I will say, John, is you might need to just see what he's got out of necessity. Because right now we know if Zack Wheeler is done for the season, Christopher Sanchez is your game 1 starter. We all agree?
That is correct.
There's no debate.
I think he was the best pitcher on the staff beforehand.
He is your game 1 starter. Game 2 is already a question. Is it Luzardo because he's put together a couple of good outings when just like 3 weeks ago we were talking about him going to the bullpen? Is it Ranger Suarez, who has been really bad over the last month? Is it Taijuan Walker, who has been pitching better this season, but do you feel comfortable enough to have him start Game 2 or Game 3 in a series? The Phillies might need to call up, like we have said about Justin Crawford, call him up and see what the hell you have out of him because this outfield is so bad. What's the worst that can happen?
Well, it's not going to be Painter in a 1, 2, or 3 in the playoffs, right?
If you call up Andrew Painter and you see what he's got,
what's he going to get? 4 starts, 5 starts?
Yeah.
I don't see any way that he'd be the guy that they'd lean on. This is Topper.
I got you, but if we're talking about a 7-game series.
Look, so first off, he shouldn't get a start ahead of Taijuan Walker, who's put a whole season together of quality starts, 70% of the time, 75% of the time?
Yeah, but Luzardo hasn't. Suarez hasn't. I don't know. I don't know who I have right now who I can say that guy's going to take the ball in game 2, that guy's going to take the ball in game 3, or that guy's going to take the ball in game 4, depending on what the series is and how many starting pitchers you need, where I feel comfortable with them.
Yeah, we're at an everything is on the table
I just don't believe you could do that. You couldn't do. I think you'd have a hard sell in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Doing that, like saying, yeah, Taijuan, you've pitched all year long. You've given us 75% quality starts. Pretty much, I think almost that's been, if not more. And now we're going to put a kid who's had 5 starts be in the playoff. I don't believe that. I don't believe he would ever do that. To me, I don't believe he'd ever be able to sell that in his clubhouse as one of those. He's just not that. Doesn't tend to be that kind of.
Yeah, I got
manager.
you. But I think if you're desperate, let's go. You know what I mean? We're talking about.
Well, by the way, this guy can't get guys out in AAA. Why are we even like?
Well, I just told
I understand.
You. I can't say confidently
I understand.
That be good. I have
but
no
he can't
idea.
get anybody out. He doesn't get guys out in AAA. They've been teeing off on him like the Nats teed off on Nola, and it's been over and over and over again.
At least Painter's throwing 95. Nola's throwing 87.
Yeah, but he's not fooling anybody. He's not fooling he's not fooling AAA guys. I mean,
who do you feel confident in right now?
I don't.
Other than Sanchez.
No, I got to tell you this, though. I feel confident. How about this? I feel confident that on 3/4 of the time, if my offense was stroking, then I feel like there's a chance that I could somehow sink or swim with Walker. I feel confident that 3/4 of the time, with Jesus Luzardo, if my offense is doing their job, I can win the game.
Here's the problem.
I can win the game.
Here's the problem with Walker. He would have such a short leash.
Oh, he would. He
such
would,
a short leash.
Absolutely. And so, to me, it's Luzardo over Walker, no question. I don't even.
Luzardo's your game starter.
Not even there's not even a question. But Suarez is right there too. And I think you got to go on the splits with Suarez. Remember. His ERA is 2.8 difference between home and road?
Sure.
So you got to think about the splits with Suarez too, which for God's sakes, Myron and the nerd bunch are going to be making determinations as much as anybody else is. They're going to be sitting and determining our October fate is going to be determined by guys with slide rules.
What do we got on the text line? There are people that are still thinking Wheeler's fine.
You guys are going to love this one from Chris from Northeast Philly. Checks in, says, I didn't realize Salciunas, Kincade, and Thomas had their MDs. Geez, stop being so negative.
But he does. But this guy does. That's
Wheeler will be ready for the playoffs, quit playing doctors, and talk sports.
But he has it. But this guy has it. So he has his MD.
So what's the guy's? Chris. All right.
Dr. Chris. No, it's Dr. Chris. Because he obviously knows.
So as a show that holds ourselves accountable, when we're wrong, we admit it.
Yep.
So I want Chris to know that if Zack Wheeler returns to the Phillies rotation at some point in the 2025 season, I will say, hey.
Dr. Chris was right.
Well, I'll just say I was wrong. I panicked. Maybe there's still a chance they win the World Series. However, if he does not return, which I feel very comfortable saying that's probably the case, I would like Chris to also hold himself accountable and to text back in later on when the news comes out officially, whether or not Zack Wheeler returns. If Zack Wheeler is not returning, I would like Chris, who feels comfortable taking shots, to say, my bad.
No, I would like the guy who says they're playing doctor, who isn't a doctor himself.
Maybe he is, I don't know.
Guess what? The doctors who have been on the press have told you most likely he's not coming back. He can't pitch on blood thinners. So he's not going on blood thinners for 5 days.
Dr. Chris.
10 days. You cannot pitch on blood thinners.
All right, coming up next. Just hold yourself accountable if he doesn't come back. That's all I'm asking.
I'm sure. I'm waiting for that Commanders bet.
That's a different Chris.
No, I know, but I'm still waiting on that one. That's been a month and a half.
Did Patrick Mahomes admit that the Chiefs made a mistake in Super Bowl 59? And does that mean anything for the 2025 Eagles? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Birds Insider Update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I'm Connor Thomas, and what do you say we get some good in this update? It was a rough weekend for the Phils, but the Eagles, well, they were busy. They had their second preseason game against the Browns, and while there were some folks that didn't look great in that game, Andrew Makuba stood out with a long pick six in his first preseason action, and Nick Sirianni talked about his takeaway ability.
You know, I've always thought that he has a knack for the football. You know, how he practices, you know, watching his tape, has the ability to take the ball away. He's a playmaker. So anytime you go out there and make a play, that's big.
So that was nice to see, and we're learning more about that battle at safety. We're not learning too much more about the battle at corner, though. It's still a question mark who's going to be starting opposite Quinyon Mitchell. But what's not really a question mark is Mitchell's confidence. He talked about that, and it's good to have somebody out there that you can trust.
I just feel like it comes from the preparation I put in, just my teammates just believing in me. Like, me and Jalen, we've been having more and more conversations just about football, about life. I feel like my teammates just are there for me, and they push me to be better.
So even with questions on one side of the defensive secondary, we know that Q over there on the other side is ready for his sophomore season. We also know the Eagles added to the wide receiver room, trading for wide receiver John Metchie III from Houston. They also traded a 5th-round pick alongside Harrison Bryant to get Metchie at a 6th-round selection. So the Eagles have been busy. We'll keep an eye on them. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The summer's here, and you know what that means. Engagement.
Fanatic.com.
This isn't your great-grandpa's sports talk show. This is today's talk show.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 8:43 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So the documentary finally came out. The Kansas City Chiefs en route to trying to three-peat, which did not happen because the Philadelphia Eagles won Super Bowl 59. That was a beautiful
Isn't that
day.
wonderful?
An absolute beautiful day. We got to watch a parade going down Broad Street. A beautiful day on Valentine's Day.
You want to do it again this year?
I would like that. It would be nice.
Not Valentine's Day, though.
Nah, I don't care.
No, we won't. No, we don't have to do it this year on Valentine's Day because the calendar will be different. So it'll be good.
Sure.
It'll be awesome.
Whatever day it is, I don't care.
It'll be wonderful.
Go Birds. Patrick Mahomes was obviously a big part of this documentary, considering he's the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, he was.
And
he really was. You hear him a lot. You didn't watch it yet. You have to watch it.
I'm just wondering, are you proud of that?
No, you have to watch it. That was your Kermit. It's like the Kermit the Frog. It's terrible.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what you sound like a South Park.
Yeah, it wasn't good. Yeah, it sort of was. I would have been like South Park. I would have found more entertaining.
What did Patrick Mahomes say that caught your attention, Johnny?
Let's just say this is Patrick Mahomes is trying to say now that the Chiefs put too much extra into the game plan for the Super Bowl. And by the way, he's not just talking about the offense. He's talking about the defense. They put too much into the game plan of the Super Bowl. And you hear about it as they added a bunch of stuff to the game plan. And he quotes, by the time they went back to making it simple, it was too late. The game was already out of hand. He blames himself for the pick six. Terribly. The horrible pick six. He blames himself for that.
Yeah.
But he says the defense. We were just talking about it the other day on the show. And it was crazy that this comes up when you watch this thing. They totally ran a different game plan defensively than they have in anything. Like Spags and Andy totally misread the room. Other teams played the Eagles and played Saquon Barkley.
I wouldn't say they misread the room.
They totally changed
Wanting to stop Saquon Barkley, I don't think is misreading the room.
They had one of the better defenses in the NFL.
Right.
And they said, we're going to totally change our defensive game plan in order to try to stop Saquon. We're going to sell out to sell Saquon Barkley. So they did differences than they've done all season long. They change everything up when they get to the biggest game of the year. And they get smoked.
Right. I agree with you there.
Why do you not do
I wouldn't
what
say it's misreading the room, though, saying, we should try to stop that Saquon Barkley guy.
No, stopping Saquon Barkley is different. Changing your entire defensive game plan? That's different. That doesn't make any sense. You were a good defensive team all year long. You played good running backs all year long. Why would you not trust your team?
It's a fair question. Now I do wonder how much did the early onset of the Chiefs, turning the football over, the Eagles started running the football a lot because they were up 24-0.
Okay. That beginning of that game with the Eagles, that defense, they were loading the box. The Eagles were throwing the football. He was playing pitch and catch. And Jalen threw the ball, would you say with ease in the Super Bowl? As easy as you saw him throw it pretty much all year?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
The dagger.
So in the biggest game of the year, he had one of his easiest days throwing the football. In the biggest game against one of the best defenses that they faced. That didn't make sense. And the game plan of the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes tells you that, wow, we tried to do all this different stuff that we don't normally do in the Super Bowl. We got to the Super Bowl and we did all this different stuff. We complicated things. We didn't keep things simple. We absolutely went out of our way. They had the fourth best defense points per game in the NFL last year. Fourth. And they went and just totally said, we're changing the game plan because we're playing Saquon Barkley. Saquon was in their heads. And I don't understand it because...
I'm looking back at it. So the Eagles punted on their first drive.
Uh-huh.
Second drive, they scored the touchdown. Remember the big Jahan Dotson?
That was the one Dotson was down to one, right?
The Chiefs had the Eagles at 3rd and 5.
They did?
There was a 15-yard, I forgot about this, unnecessary roughness from Trent McDuffie.
Was that on Goddard?
Yeah. It was
Goddard?
An incomplete pass, and then an unnecessary roughness gives them life.
Did it feel like a makeup call to you on...
Yes.
On the A.J. Brown?
The A.J. Brown push-off.
That's what everybody... At the time, it felt like a total makeup because it was very iffy and... And the point in the documentary, too, the Chiefs had a better rush defense than the Eagles.
Yeah. I'm just...
Like, going into the game, the Chiefs were the team with the better rush defense than the Birds.
I'm just saying it went punt, touchdown after the 15-yard penalty, which could have been punt. Like, they could have punted again.
Could have been.
Then Hurts threw an interception. Then they got a field goal. Then they punted again. It wasn't until really the pick six and the Zach Bond interception when the Eagles are starting in the red zone where the actually, now that I kind of look back at it, like the offense wasn't as dominant until the second half.
Well, remember though, because they're twos, is that whole selling out for Saquon. They faced more in the box. Saquon faced more in the box than he faced all year. All year in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but it's not like the Eagles' offense was driving downfield constantly.
But how they decided to try to defend Saquon was different than any team had done all year long.
They wanted to try something different.
Well, they ended up putting up a 40-burger.
All right, coming up next, we'll check our text messages because we've been busy, so we want to see what the people are saying. If there's more doctors out there that are telling us that Zack Wheeler's just fine.
Oh, he'll be fine. No problem.
Also, I will never be able to trust this man ever again. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils lose Zack Wheeler. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies split with the Nationals down in D.C. over the weekend. Yesterday, the final 11-9. So the Phillies, Nationals both took 2 games, but the Phillies lost Zack Wheeler, and we're not sure for how long. He's on the injured list now with a blood clot in his shoulder, a scary situation that goes beyond baseball, and Rob Thompson talked about it.
We don't know. We don't know the timeline, and I'm thinking a lot about Zack and his family because it's not a hamstring injury or something like that. So we just got to carry on. People got to step up.
And that's a big loss for the Phils, however long Wheeler is out. We'll keep you updated on that as we get more information. Aaron Nola and Alec Bohm did both return from the injured list, but Nola gave up 6 through 2 1/3. Bohm did go yard. So some good, some bad over the weekend. The Wheeler news looming large. They'll take on the Mariners tonight back at the bank. The Eagles fell to the Browns in preseason game 2 over the weekend. They also made a trade yesterday, acquiring Houston wide receiver John Metchie and a sixth rounder, giving up tight end Harrison Bryant and a 5th rounder. So they add to the wide receiver room. We'll hear from defense coordinator Vic Fangio coming up at 9:40. This update's brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton. No pressure, no commission shopping, with every price clearly displayed. No haggling, just real value from a family-owned business. On Route 70 or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com, South Jersey's diamond destination. I'm Connor Thomas on your home for the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hi, my name is Phil E., and for most of my sports
I just can't trust ever again.
What did Connor do to you, and how can I fix it?
It's not Connor related. However, Connor, you will be put on the spot.
Oh, what for?
Hold on. Give me a second. First off, coming up at 10 o'clock, Ray Dunn, Kevin Cooney. I want to say this.
Oh, Cooney's in today.
Yes, he is.
There we go.
I was talking to them during the commercial break. On Saturday, after my ESPN shift was done, because I was doing the 1 to 4 shift, so I was watching the Eagles game and kind of reacting to it in live time and some of the other preseason action. As I was driving home, I listened to Ray and Kevin.
Okay.
Do the post-game show.
All right, what's the punchline here? What's going on?
No, I felt the duty and the need to listen to that show my entire drive home because of how bad I felt for them having to do that show.
Now, they did. Now, here's my guess. They are both seasoned guys in their own right for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is they turned it into a what's the long-term vision of the Eagles based on what we saw today, not about the game.
Sure. And they They reacted to Makuba and what that meant. And,
then that's beautiful.
When the Dylan Gabriel comments came out that people took out of context, by
the way, that
talked about that as
well. That
well.
was horrible. What people in the media did, and by the way, our man Shefty did it.
Yeah, I know.
Dylan Gabriel did not take a shot at Shedeur Sanders.
He did not take a shot at Shedeur Sanders. He
it
took
was
a shot
nothing about
at media, even though that's always...
That was like really
makes you laugh.
That was sort of bad. Like that was sort of bad. That was really not well done.
I just don't. Here's my thing with Dylan Gabriel. You had a bad game. Why are you calling out the media? Like, you had the bad game, bro. Like, just leave it at that. But whatever. I give Ray and Kevin a lot of credit for doing 2+ hours of a post-game show of preseason week number 2, where Dorian Thompson-Robinson was playing quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, Connor.
What'd I do?
I saw something on our YouTube chat. Shout out YouTube as always. You being called out for something, but I need this to be fair.
Why was he being called out?
So Andrew Ellis, who's very active on our YouTube
like
chat,
Andrew,
also chimes in on social media.
He's pretty insightful.
And he said, now before you jump on it, I have all the receipts. He said, I tweeted at Connor this weekend asking if he still thought they were World Series contenders, and he said yes, LOL. Now, let's all be fair here, but we will still get Connor's response as you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, WPN, HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, A. Beasley, Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. You put out a tweet on August the 16th at 5:22 p.m., I mean, Taiwan had a rough inning there, but he's been solid today. Again, would be nice for this team to mix in some run support before the 7th inning. Andrew Ellis responded, just curious, is this the team that can be a contender? I know other powerhouse teams are slumping, but we can't take a series from Washington, laughing emoji. Maybe if they get 20 hits, they will get a run. You responded with, the team with the 4th best record in baseball, yes, they look awful today for sure, but day to day you can't change contender status. That happened prior to the Zack Wheeler news.
Yeah.
All right? Andrew Ellis took a shot at you on the YouTube chat this morning as if you tweeted that post-Zack Wheeler news. But I will ask you, because we have not gotten your official stance on it. I'm acting like the season ended this weekend with Zack Wheeler being out. I will ask you, do you still consider the Phillies World Series contenders if Zack Wheeler is unavailable for the playoffs?
I mean, not really. I hate to go 100% no, only because, like, the lineup.
Because we don't want to do that.
Right, and there's so much time left in the season that who knows what's going to happen. And we don't have definitive word on Wheeler. So I don't want to be the guy that today says, nah, they're dead, they've got no shot. But, like, if Wheeler doesn't throw, it becomes 2017, 2018 Eagles. Like, it becomes miracle status for them to get through the postseason against some of these teams to win it all. And it's not likely whatsoever that they do that. That's where I stand today.
I don't think that's...
So you're not totally ruling it out?
No, well, I can't.
Okay, you can't... If they make the postseason, you cannot totally rule out them winning.
Because that 22 team was not as good as this team.
Correct.
And they just got really hot and went on a run.
They got hot at the right time.
I mean, that Diamondbacks team that played for the World Series.
Part of them getting hot included Zack Wheeler.
No, totally fair, which is why I'm saying it's not likely. That Diamondbacks team in 23 was not as good as this Phillies team. That Rangers team wasn't either.
Yeah, but you know what the 23 D-backs had? They had pitching.
They did, which is why I'm saying.
The Phillies right now, if Zack Wheeler is unavailable, they have one guy you trust. And I mean trust. Like we talked earlier in the show. Who would you pitch game 2? Oh, maybe Luzardo. He's got some good stuff. When I mean the word trust, when I go, we have a chance of winning today. Right now, you have one guy that makes you feel that way.
Yeah, my response to that tweet in the moment today, like if I had gotten that tweet this morning, I would say, I don't know if they're contenders. It's very hard to say that without Wheeler. Their job is significantly tougher and becomes very unlikely without him available for the team. That's where I'm at.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be Team Connor on this. You cannot, if they make the postseason, especially if they win the National League East, you cannot say they can't win.
Right. You can say it's very unlikely.
It's very unlikely. But you can't say that they can't win. Bad teams have won the World Series. 84 win teams have won the World Series. 86 win teams have won the World Series. You can't say they can't win because I will tell you, the 2008 Phillies might have been one of the worst of that run.
Yeah, but
and they won the World
Series.
Yeah, but they had better. Yeah, but they had better options than. They had better options than in different years. I can't say no.
I'm gonna need you guys to pick me up.
Okay.
I don't know that we can.
I don't think we can. Because if your mindset is already there, then we can't.
And we also are not basing this on like straight
we're
up.
We're not saying they're going to.
Yeah, this is not tangible fact.
You.
This is just like, okay, you can't say they're totally dead, but they're on life support?
Believe me, they're on life support.
They're on life support.
I'm not going to use my analogy.
No,
that you so enjoy. Now you did it. Now why'd you do that?
Well, because you're the one that said it.
No. Now you brought it up again.
God rest her soul alive. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
All right. Jim Harbaugh's a rat, and I will never trust. I will never trust that man.
I love it that he's exposed.
So the Michigan ruling came out Friday after we were off the air. I was stunned with how little they were punished. They were punished a lot of money. And I understand in the days of NIL, that is a big factor. But the current head coach of Michigan, he probably won't be suspended until 2026, let alone 2025, when this all comes out on Friday. And Harbaugh, who is now the coach of the Chargers, of course, refused to even answer questions about it. I think that is a total rat move.
He's a rat. He's a coward. The minute that he knew the NCAA was banging on the front door, he ran out the back door at Michigan and hid. This is exactly what Pete Carroll did at USC. When they're Pete Carroll, come out. It's the NCAA.
Yep.
He ran out the back door and ran back to the NFL. These cowards will cheat. He cheated. This is the worst cheating
He had no
ever.
idea, though, John.
Bull crap.
He had no idea.
Yeah, much like the guys, like the college basketball guys are the worst. That they'll be like, well, Rick Pitino. He's a Rick Pitino. The way they talk about Pitino. Like Pitino knew nothing about the hookers.
Right.
Like Pitino knew nothing about that.
Oh,
no, I left dinner that night.
Yeah.
I knew nothing about where they were going after dinner. I thought I leave that up to my staff. Sure. Stop it. Like, this is ridiculous to me. And Jim Harbaugh's that's a creep.
Yeah.
Because he's a guy who actually does speaking engagements about doing things the right way and leading with integrity and everything. This is arguably one of the biggest cheating scandals ever.
For him to refuse to answer any questions, I think is completely wrong of him to do.
But that's him. Oh, I'm not the coach of Michigan anymore.
Right, exactly.
I'm not the coach of No, but you were, and to win a national championship, you were willing to do whatever it took to cheat because you couldn't win otherwise. So you finally said, oh, what do I got to do to get there? Well, I'm going to cheat. I'll cheat, and I'll cheat my ass off.
You rat?
So I'll ask you guys this, because I agree with you fully on the way that Harbaugh's handled this, but the NCAA, did they handle it right then? Because there's no bowl ban for the Wolverines.
Here's the what I spoke with Heather Dinich, who does a great job covering college football. It's a tremendous job. I had her on my show on Saturday. And she basically made the point of, if you were to take them out of the bowl games, you're punishing the kids that are there now that have nothing to do with this championship that happened a couple of years ago. and Jim Harbaugh, who's not even the head coach anymore. Like, you're punishing, even though the current head coach was on the staff.
Kids from that team, though, benefited from it. Kids that are on this year's team benefited from it, didn't they?
Yeah, it's a raw deal, but I feel like they should get that raw deal. And what? So if you don't catch it in time, then there's nothing you can do?
I mean,
like the school still
there's
should.
no benefit to not cheating then.
Exactly.
Right.
As long as you don't,
might as well cheat.
Yeah, as long as you don't get caught in time. Well, we can't penalize the other kids. They can transfer. Transfer portal still exists.
I agree with you guys. Like, I thought the punishment was not harsh enough. I really don't. But that's just the point that they're trying to make. Like, hey, why should we punish this incoming freshman that had nothing to do with?
But they have for years. They've always said. Yeah. And this is a much more egregious cheating.
Oh, this is a horrible scandal. That
Jim Harbaugh. I never want to hear him talk about integrity.
No,
I never want to hear him talk about doing things the right way. Who's got it better than us? As long as we're cheating, it's Michigan.
Well, maybe he needs to cheat to win with Justin Herbert.
No, it's the only way he could win.
Yep.
The only way he could win. He got tired of getting his ass kicked by the SEC.
Yep. All right, coming up next, back by popular demand, we play. Who will be in the outfield for the Phillies today? That comes your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Do you feel unfulfilled? Do your afternoons feel like Groundhog Day?
device, and of course the radio.
Now, back to the show.
The final hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
It is 9:12 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Ranger Suarez on the bump for the Phillies today before we play who will be in the outfield for the Phillies tonight. He could either put us a little bit more at ease tonight, or, my God, if you think I'm panicking now with Zack Wheeler being done potentially for the remainder of the season, if Ranger Suarez looks like the way he has the last couple of starts tonight as well, man, be prepared. Be prepared.
Can I give you guys a real quick quiz? You and Connor.
Sure.
Brewers won. Brewers are 1 right now, okay? Seed the next 5 playoff teams right now as they sit right now in the National League.
Just off the top of my head?
As they sit this morning. Who's in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Phillies are 2 still, right?
Phillies are 2 because of the tiebreaker.
Dodgers are 3.
Dodgers retook the division lead. They're 3.
Dodgers are tied with the Phillies in record, but that
the Phillies have the head-to-head, so Dodgers 3.
Padres 4.
Nope.
No, because you got to go.
No, it is a non-division winner, but it's the Cubs.
Cubs 4, Padres 5, Mets 6.
Cubs are up on the Padres, and then the Mets are 6.
I imagine that changes.
And the Mets
Padres overtake the Cubs.
And the Mets are and the Padres could still. Remember, they have 3 with the Dodgers this weekend.
Right, that could
So
change.
they're only 2 behind the Dodgers.
Yeah.
They could come back and they could.
By the way, Padres are the Mets only, a game and a half over the Reds right now for
Mets
that
are
final wild card spot?
Mets are game and a half.
Because I know it was and they won last night.
And
could you imagine they miss?
And
Dude, it's possible. I mean, the Reds are playing decent baseball.
By the way, the Mets play at the Reds the first weekend in September.
Wow, that's a big series.
A 3-game series. And so that's still there. Phillies only have series versus the 1 seed Brewers. They play a 3-game series at the Brewers. And they have a 3-game series at the Dodgers. So they don't play the Cubs. They don't play the Padres. Don't play the Mets. Don't play the they play the Mets because it's a division. But they don't play the Reds. So the only teams that they will have other than the Mets in the division, they only play the Brewers and the Dodgers. The only teams that could be affected. And as long as the Brewers, 5-game series with the Cubs next 4 days. So that division could be over in the next couple of days.
It absolutely could. All right, Connor, hit us with the music. Let's play who will be in the outfield tonight.
Versus a righty.
For the Phillies,
right?
Yep. Logan Gilbert on the mound for Mariners. Good right-handed pitcher for the Seattle Mariners. So a right-handed pitcher.
Okay.
Now this gets interesting because over the weekend, Nick Castellanos did not play on Saturday against a right-handed pitcher. They claim that they just wanted to give him a day off again.
They won't tonight, though.
So you think Castellanos is back out in right field?
100%. No doubt in my mind.
Are you with us?
I guess. No, we got to be on the same team here. So.
Okay, make the argument
it's
against.
Like Family Feud.
Let's move to another position then, and then we'll decide.
Well,
because we're we believe Casty's
Here's where it's really interesting because Harrison Bader's got the reverse splits, so you would think he'd be out there tonight.
Well, no, I think
Bader's
there.
I disagree. He just played yesterday.
Because then there's the Brandon Marsh Kepler. You go left against the right-handed pitcher.
This is so confusing.
And that's why we're playing the game. Who will be in the outfield tonight for the Phillies back by popular demand?
You're saying...
I'm saying Kepler in left, Marsh in center, and Castellanos in right.
Stephen Tracy on Twitter agrees with you, Marsh, Castellanos, Kepler. If Harrison Bader is not in the lineup today, I might not watch the baseball game.
I'm going...
Because I'm tired of this.
I'm going Bader in center.
I agree with you, John.
Marsh in left, Casty in right.
I still wonder if they give Kepler the shot over
Okay, let's see. Now, look, we can look. We're playing the game. We're going to see who's right on this one. We agreed on Friday.
Yes, we did.
I'm going Marsh in left, Bader in center, Casty in right. Are you with me?
I will agree with you there. I am more so on the side of Castellanos is on the bench than...
Oh, no, but you can do your own then.
No, I agree with you. What I'm saying is Connor's like, Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of that. I think Bader has to be in the lineup.
So then you're saying Bader
and then Marsh
and left.
I say Marsh Castellanos more of a chance than Marsh and Kepler.
Well, you got to pick one though for the game.
Yeah, I'm going to go Marsh and Castellanos.
Okay, so you're going with me. All right, there we go.
Yeah, dude, you gotta explain this Castellanos sitting thing. He just went yard. He had 2 hits in that game. He finally looks like he might have had something.
There's no way.
Sit him down.
There's no way you're sitting.
No, you're going to play him. I just wonder, is there any platoon possibility?
No, not tonight after he. No,
they've talked about it.
Right, but this is not the time. You can see it's not the time.
Not after.
The
not
game
after.
Is who's playing?
Not after he showed them 2 hits. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, maybe Grandma just breathed. Maybe we just felt a breath.
Mitchell Parker, lefty, right?
Maybe we just felt a
pitcher yesterday for the Nationals. I'll just say.
Maybe we just felt a breath.
No, I think Castellanos is out there. I think Castellanos should be out there because you want to see if he can get hot. But,
So they said.
But we have seen other guys get 2 hits and then not be in the lineup again the next day.
I don't think they get treated the same way because remember, this manager is afraid of Castellanos. He's intimidated by Castellanos.
Harrison Bader better be in the freaking lineup tonight. If he's not, we riot. Like it's enough is enough.
I'm not at riot.
No, I'm at riot.
Oh, I'm at riot.
Is enough.
I'm at riot. Why the hell did you get him?
Right, exactly. Like,
for God's
then
sake,
why is Crawford not up? Like, if Harrison Bader's not in the lineup tonight, why is Justin Crawford not up?
Correct. He better be in the lineup tonight. It's ridiculous.
All right, coming up next.
This Mickey Mouse making out the lineup stuff.
Speaking of baseball, they've made a ton of changes to the sport of baseball that has led to an increase in viewership. Do they feel comfortable enough going with another gamble? Could we be saying bye-bye to the NL and AL? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A wild weekend in Washington. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies, well, they made a lot of news down in Washington. First of all, they split the series with the Nationals. Yesterday, it was an 11-9 final in a shootout. Aaron Nola gave up 6 through 2 1/3 worth of work in his first start since May. Alec Boehm homered in his first game back off the injured list. So differing results there for them, but Nola's not the only pitching concern. Zack Wheeler was also placed on the injured list with a blood clot in his shoulder, and that's a scary thing, not just for baseball, but life in general. Rob Thompson talked about the potential time frame for Wheeler's return.
We don't know. We don't know the timeline, and I'm thinking a lot about Zack and his family because it's not a hamstring injury or something like that. So we just got to carry on. People got to step up.
The Phils will take on the Mariners tonight for the start of a 3-game series at Citizens Bank Park. The Eagles fell to the Browns in preseason game 2 over the weekend, but they also made a trade yesterday acquiring Houston wide receiver John Metchie III and a 6th-rounder, giving up tight end Harrison Bryant, and a 5th-rounder, adding to the wide receiver room there. We're going to hear from Vic Fangio coming up in just about 20 minutes. He meets with media at 9:40. This update's brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas. I'm your home for the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Game-changing updates. This is Philadelphia's source for breaking sports news. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Kincade and Salciunas.
Today's talk show, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
There aren't many guarantees in life, but I do know that I can guarantee the sun will rise tomorrow. And if they're in the same building, there's a chance John Kincade and Kevin Cooney have a debate over something sports related.
No, Rob Thompson. Is that it's going to be Rob Thompson. It's if you say anything against Rob Thompson, it will just be, oh, Rob Thompson's is the greatest. He's the greatest.
Well, I don't think anyone's saying that.
No, it is. Is that he's going to defend?
Look, I had to go potty, so I don't know.
He's defending Rob Thompson on playing the infield up on the other game that they blew against the Nationals.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Nobody is defending that move.
No.
Nobody.
That one made no sense.
But he's going, well, you're always just going to criticize the manager. I'm like, look, I also say every single time, there are so many things that Rob Thompson does well. He is not a buffoon. He's not a terrible manager. There are many, many things he does well. I do not consider him a master strategist by any stretch of the imagination. I do not like his strategy many, many times. That game the other night against the Nationals was one of his worst.
Yeah, I didn't understand having the infield in. Or the corners, that's one thing.
Right. Corners different.
I didn't understand the middle infield.
And if they're at double play depth, at the worst, they're out of that at 2-2 with 2 outs. Right. It's 2-2. What I also don't like is when the manager won't hold players accountable, when they just continue to make the bad things. The other night, Connor, you put out a tweet saying that, man, this team's really having a bad base running game tonight. And I'm like, tonight? This is something that goes on over and over and over again in his tenure and has never been addressed.
Right. Now, that tweet, I was just reacting to.
I know you were reacting to that night. I
know they have been a bad base running team.
I know you have.
Yeah.
But they never address it. It's never addressed. So it's like beating your head up against the wall with this guy. We just got to get used to it.
Kevin Cooney and Ray Dunn coming your way at 10 o'clock.
Don't miss it. It'll be coming your way. It's always entertaining.
All right, before we get back to our text messages, interesting nugget yesterday where Commissioner Rob Manfred, Major League Baseball, was a part of the ESPN broadcast with Carl Ravitch, Eduardo Perez during the Little League Classic at Williamsport.
Like 10 people on this broadcast, it seemed like.
Between the Mets and the Mariners. And so Rob Manfred sits down and talks to them. And, it wasn't just about the game when Rob Manfred is a part of the broadcast. Take a listen to something that they talked about or are talking about being a possibility for Major League Baseball.
And I can't believe that more people aren't talking about this morning.
In my mind, I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel. And I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for, entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we, sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be 2 West Coast teams. And that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience.
So Rob Manfred talking about potentially realigning Major League Baseball.
Geographic realignment with expansion. Now, I'm going to assume something here. That, first of all, I cannot believe when I heard that, and then this morning I searched for 20 minutes to find that sound, and somebody thankfully had pulled it, that it means to me they're adding 2 teams.
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Because they have 30 teams now, so that way they have 2 even teams. Then Connor says to me that they'd have to go, since it's 16-16, and he's saying East-West.
Yeah.
That means National League, American League goes away.
Could be.
Yeah, that would suck.
Okay, but here's where I said to you, do they salvage it with the Western teams from the American League stay in the West, the Eastern teams from the American League stay in the East, and they do an American League East like division and an American League West.
2 divisions.
Like 4, but then Connor says you can't do 4 18 divisions, and I'm like, they have done divisions that big before, but I don't know how they do it unless they did it this way. And so then I took your thought, and I said, how about if they did 8 East American League teams, 8 West American League teams. And the playoffs actually play out. You play out within your East and West, where you play out the first round is the East versus the American League versus American League. And then from the East, it's the American League East versus champion versus the National League East champion to see who goes to the World Series. And you play it off that way.
I think if they do this, it'll just be like the NBA.
So you think that's how they're going to... That ruins baseball. That takes the history books of baseball and literally just throws it in the dumper.
Well, it changes so much because now you're going to be playing certain teams more.
It throws it away.
They would have to create some sort of division, just like the NBA does, right? Like, nobody thinks about the Atlantic Conference that the Sixers are, or Atlantic Division that the Sixers are in, but it's for scheduling purposes, right? Like, you play the Celtics and Knicks and teams like that 4 times.
Oh, my.
Or 6, I forget how it breaks down, but you play certain teams more than others. They would probably have to do something like that where you're playing the Braves X amount of time. How many times do you play them now? 13?
Believe so, yeah.
Something like that. Like, you would probably still play them 13 times, but some of the teams that would be coming from the American League would have to be playing them 8 times as opposed to 6, right? Like, it would change the way they make these schedules drastically. I don't want to see it. Like, I really don't. And I know that Rob Manfred, to his credit, which I know nobody ever wants to say because people don't like Rob Manfred, every change that baseball has made has really benefited the product. Ratings are up. Numbers are up. Financially, the league is up. Like, that's great. If you go into a lockout, you're going to kill yourself just saying that now because now that you're getting attention again, why would you want to lose a year? That's a possibility. But if they do this realignment where the Yankees and Phillies are playing each other X amount of times a year, like, it loses its luster a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I don't know that you can't take the history of baseball and throw it out the window. American League and National League can't be thrown away. There's other things, though, but as you point out, so many things I've heard proposed by baseball, I heard it and went, no! And then I watched it and went, yay. I was wrong. Like, I love the pitch clock.
Yeah, but that's
I
for,
love
like,
things that they've done.
But those things are the actual game product. This is changing, like, everything.
Yeah, the fabric of the sport will be different.
This throws away
and one of the
American
things that he says in the clip there is, well, you know, it helps for the grind of the players that are traveling. Like, I'm sorry. These guys are traveling on Airbuses. Like, let's not act like they're taking bus rides across the country.
Okay, but there's a difference. And the difference is, and look, I mock it too because I've seen how these teams travel. The unlike the NBA players, they don't have the gap in time. Like the baseball.
Yeah, they got to
players,
keep playing, but they would still play. There would be series out west. Like, they would still have to play these teams.
It's going to be a lot less though.
Sure,
a lot less travel, which it is wear and tear. I mean, it is being away from your families. It's the less time away from home. I don't know. I do sympathize with that. I think it sucks.
Okay.
I hated when I lived out of a suitcase.
I don't want them to change it this much. I really don't. Now, John Strayer checks in on YouTube.
Okay.
Rob Manfred is the worst baseball commissioner ever. Look, I just said it.
You could have Gary Bettman.
It's hard for... No, he said baseball.
No, I'm saying you could have Gary Bettman.
But
terrible.
It's hard to still have that opinion when everything they've done in the last couple of years have helped the sport of baseball.
It has.
Like, I hated what he did with the Astros and how he handled it. I hated how ugly the negotiations over the COVID-shortened season became. But you can't deny the fact that every change that they have made to the sport recently has helped the sport itself. Unless you are a baseball purist and you wish the strategic elements of the game, like the shift weren't
shift
banned,
to me should never have been.
I get it, because that is a strategy. The strategy of being able to use a left-handed specialist and not have to worry about them pitching to 3 batters. I get it. But ultimately, if you're the commissioner of the sport, what are you trying to do? You're trying to increase viewership. Remember what everybody's saying that baseball was dying like 3, 4, 5 years ago? You still hear that?
No, we're not hearing it.
That talking point is gone.
And you know what else they're getting? It is getting younger as a sport. Yeah. It's getting younger. It's getting more. I still think it needs more personality. Like the sport itself needs a little more personality.
Or maybe the Phillies need more personality.
Could be. Yeah, it could be. But I'm impressed though. Everything with baseball. When I question it, that I don't like it, I end up liking it. So I got to be more open to it.
Football Monday on the Fanatic, Championship Monday on the Fanatic, presented to us by our friends at Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. Coming up next, Vic Fangio will speak to the media following preseason week number 2. What did he have to say about some of the battles that are going on right now? You'll hear that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, everybody, it's Bill Colarulo, and coming up at 2 o'clock on Unfiltered, an emotional roller coaster of a weekend for Phillies fans. They win 2 of 4 against the Nationals, but the bigger news, Zack Wheeler with the blood.
Life-saving cancer research, please.
Yeah, it was very important to me, and H&H Heating and Air Conditioning is very important to them. Make a donation today to the AACR, 975thefanatic.com/AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research, because Cancer research saves lives.
All right, Eagles preseason week number 2 in the books following Saturday's game with the Browns. Man, was it riveting. Here's Vic Fangio talking about some of the camp battles.
The leg.
Do you feel like you're any closer to an answer at that second quarterback spot?
Not yet. I think all the guys are pretty even right now. And Jacory just got here, got a full week last week. Need to give him a full opportunity with the other guys.
Are you disappointed at all that no one has just run away with that job?
Well, not really. I mean, they're close, Usually it does become pretty obvious to everybody as to who's going to win the job. That hadn't happened yet. I think they all have done a good job in and of their own way. Had good moments, not so good moments. So we haven't reached that conclusion yet.
With Drew, when he makes those kind of plays in a preseason environment,
Who does?
Drew
Yeah.
Makuba, how do you kind of weigh that? Is that an impressive performance to you, or how do you kind of weigh it?
Well, each and every play is its own entity. The interception was obviously a good play. Wasn't a great play on their part, but that's not our problem. It's when you have an opportunity to make a play, you got to catch it, and you got to run with it. So that was a good play. The fumble recovery obviously was, again, a botch on their part, but some guys have a knack to make you pay for those botches, and it's our ball instead of 2nd and 11.
You mentioned at the beginning of camp that we'd see Gene, an outside cornerback. We have not seen that yet. Why is that?
I watched today's practice.
Is it coming?
He'll be out there a little bit.
Is he competition on the outside as well?
What's that?
Part of the competition?
He is. Yes, he is.
How is William done as far as picking things up in these 2 weeks?
Good. I really, I think it's been good. We purposely didn't, we could have played him in the first preseason game off of being here, just what it was, 2 days or 3 days max, but didn't want to put him out there not knowing totally what to do. And he'll get another good amount of reps this week.
Following up on Jeff's question, do you see a possibility where Cooper could play on the outside and someone else in the slot this season?
Not at this time.
When you look at how Patrick Johnson made plays last preseason, this preseason, how do you evaluate him as an edge guy?
Yeah, Patrick was a guy that, we were disappointed to lose last year when we did. He's a reliable player that knows how to play, and we're glad to have him back. And, he does well when he gets his reps.
What have you liked about the way Matt Williams has played so far?
Mac had that injury which held him out of practice. I don't know the exact amount of days, but we'll call it a week maybe. And I think it's affected him, but hopefully he'll feel more healthy this week and we can see the true version of him. But because I think there's more there than we're seeing and getting right now, and I think it's probably more injury related and missing time related.
How is Jihad progressing, especially from that second level? That looked like a really good blitz. How do you see that him progressing?
Yeah, he's been getting better and better each and every week. Like I say, he still has his hiccups, but I do think he's getting better and better and better. And Bond's going to practice some today for the first time in a long time. And he'll get in there some with Bond. Trotter will also. So that will settle him down too a little bit, hopefully.
Follow up on Cooper. You say not.
Start over.
Not at this time with Cooper on the outside. What would it require to seriously consider him at full-time outside corner?
Someone to develop at the nickel position, and someone not to develop at the corner position. And we haven't seen Cooper play any corner either, other than NC2A ball. So there's a lot of unknowns there to be answered yet.
How do you feel Aziz is coming along?
He's coming. Yeah, I had a nice play the other day in the rush. He's coming.
When you
Who? Yeah, he got hurt in the game the other day, and you won't see him out here, I don't think, for a few days. So, but he had a good week of practice. Prior to getting hurt in the game, he got beat a couple times.
When it comes to deciding which linebacker will be next to Zach Vaughn, how much is it just the evaluation of that player, and how much of it do you factor in how they play next to Zach?
Well, it's how they play. Obviously, I think if they're playing next to Zach, it might make it easier for them. Some players, especially when you're a young player at ILB, safety, the same thing. If there's a veteran that can run the show and help you out a little bit, that helps.
Vic, you mentioned Byron Young at different points this camp. What have you seen from him Saturday in his first game?
Yeah, I was, number one, pleased that he was able to take the amount of reps that he did, because he missed about a week or so of their camp too, and I think he's been getting better and better, and was pleased with his play overall.
You've seen a fair amount.
Did that performance in the preseason game, Vic, do enough to separate him in that competition, or how are you looking at that?
Not yet, no.
We've seen Jalen Hunt foot back and forth to each side a fair amount, especially in the last week or so. Nolan, for the most part, stays on that one side. What's the reasoning?
Yeah, Nolan, tweaked his left shoulder a little bit, so we just played him extensively on the left, because your inside arm takes the brunt of the action. So we tried to take that off his left shoulder, and that was the only reason.
Are you expecting these competitions to go into the third preseason game, or do you want these next 3 days of practice?
They will probably go into that game.
When you talk about development at the slot corner spot, potentially moving through, who are some people in that mix that you're trying to develop? Perry Nickerson?
Perry, Mac, Brandon. Those are the guys right now.
What do you like about Nickerson, veteran?
Perry's a veteran guy, obviously. Hasn't played a lot of ball, even though he's a veteran. But when he seems to get his chances, he does pretty good. And we'll see. He'll get more reps this week also.
Thanks, Vic.
All right, there is defensive coordinator Vic Fangio. Quick press conference today.
I love his press conferences.
Yeah, he's
what?
Quick to the punch.
Whose name's that?
Who's
What?
that?
What are you asking?
What are they selling? Thank you, Connor.
I love it.
Thank you.
Who's that? He is fantastic, and he's candid.
He is. Now, cornerback 2, obviously,
Okay.
we all expected that to be asked about. He said everybody is still even.
What does that tell you?
But then he said that Cooper DeJean will be out there today getting some reps as the outside corner.
That was my number one takeaway, and it bothers me.
So
bothers me.
It almost seems like they're about
not
to
pleased.
pull an alarm where they go,
"Yep,
hey, we know that Cooper DeJean can do this. He is that talented, so let's put him out there, and then we'll try to figure out slot."
Let somebody else, or let's wait till somebody else ascends into the role that they can do it, then we can move Coop back.
Maybe. No, I
mean,
don't think they're going to keep moving back and forth.
I'm telling you right now, and I said it before, I'll say it again, I believe they're going to be shopping in the rummage sale that comes after the third preseason game. I think they will be getting another. They're going to look for another veteran to bring in here.
Now, the Checos talked about Mac McWilliams.
Yes, he has.
A couple of times with us. I know he talks about him on Unfiltered as well. He is a slot corner. Eagles drafted him in the 5th round, so clearly they have eyes on him. Clearly Vic Fangio has eyes on him. Is there a chance that DeJean just jumps out to the outside because they don't trust Adoree Jackson? They clearly don't trust Keely Ringo. I know they threw out like 7 guys on the outside last week. Is there a chance that DeJean bounces to the outside? Now, I don't want that just yet because of how great he was at the slot corner position, which is very valuable in the NFL. But if your outside corner is getting gassed constantly, which it kind of seems that way with Jackson and Ringo, maybe they have to do something different.
I'm most intrigued. I am most intrigued in the fact that it appears that he is, when he articulates that he's giving Mac McWilliams a name. You know what I mean? When you get these guys, when he articulates that means there's somebody on the radar. Maybe it's a little like bone to him, like come on, push it. You got a chance here, kid. You got a chance.
Maybe. I mean, look, he hasn't. Remember last year with Bryce Huff, like he straight up said, like, yeah, no, he's not there yet. Like he's not afraid to speak his mind and maybe put challenges out there publicly, but I don't know. It's concerning, and the sad thing is we were concerned about it before camp even started. Cornerback too. I know there were a lot of Eagles fans that were really excited for Keely Ringo. We're not seeing anything to back up.
No, and there wasn't any. And the thing was, it was weird because I had people saying to me, "I thought you're a big fan of Keely Ringo," and I'm like, "I am a big fan of Keely Ringo," but there was nothing to tell you that Keely Ringo's just been baking. He's ready to pop out of the oven. No, I mean the only reason he got snaps was the Dallas game was an insignificant insignificant game, and he got a ton of snaps in that one. He has not been. They didn't trust him in anything that really mattered.
So let me ask you guys this. I'm just going to throw this off the wall out there at you because the Eagles drafted a guy in the second round who is supposedly playing safety but also has slot capability. So if they trot out against the Cowboys and your defensive secondary alignment is Quignon and Cooper DeJean on the outside, Makuba, slot corner, and then you have Sidney Brown and Reed Blankenship at the safety position.
I just don't like that all of a sudden we're doing this on August 18th.
Yeah, that's
okay. Like
that would be my only gut instinct too.
Yeah. No, I'd rather. And look, you can have a safety come up in the slot at times. We saw it with Malcolm Jenkins all the time, but Malcolm Jenkins was also a Pro Bowl safety. Like
Eagles Hall of Famer.
Yeah, exactly. Eagles Hall of Famer as of last week. I'm not ready to start saying, all right, let's recreate the wheel here and let's have Andrew Makuba all of a sudden play slot. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think that's in the plan.
I don't think so either. But I just wanted, because he is a guy that has been billed as potentially having slot capability, just wanted to throw that out there and get your guys' thoughts.
Gotcha.
Real quick, I forgot to even ask this question because as we've talked about, Connor and I had the championship yesterday. Unfortunately, did not go well for us. Did you like the 11:35 start?
No, hate it.
You hate it. Why?
It's just too early. 12:35. You tell me, I'm fine. I love the business person special games. Like I like that. We have the Phillies move it around all the time. Like I think Wednesday's 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
I love the 12:30 that was the Oriole game. I think 1 o'clock's like the sweet spot. Is like really the good one for being able to you get like a half a day of work in and then get down there. But no, 11:35 is too early.
All right, so let me ask you,
especially for people, by the way, who do go to church on Sunday mornings.
I got you.
11:35 is a little early.
I don't think we've ever talked about this. What about the 9 a.m. NFL kickoff when they're in like England?
Hate it.
I love it.
Love it.
I love it.
Couldn't
man.
love it more.
Waking up and football's on.
Hell yeah.
You should go to the West Coast. Have you ever been on the West Coast have you ever been in California for an
How many
NFL
times
Sunday?
did you talk about me never being west of Denver?
I can't believe it. Like an NFL Sunday. I've done NFL Sundays in Los Angeles.
6 o'clock.
It's
Coffee's brewing.
It's really weird. It's
Jags, Titans.
It's really weird when you go and like my friend has he's a Cowboys fan, which is terrible. But like they go to a bar and they do kegs and eggs.
Hell yeah, baby.
And
that's awesome.
It opens up at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
They open up and it is like beautiful California weather. The kind of place that has garage doors.
Yeah, I love that stuff.
And you have kegs and eggs for the 1 o'clock games or 10 a.m. games.
Yeah, man.
And that's what they've got. They got breakfast going and everything like that.
I love the 9 o'clock kickoff, man. I think that's great.
Yeah, but that's 6 a.m. when you're out there. It's crazy.
I don't care about them.
Stupid.
That's
fine.
I don't
We wake
live
up at
out
4.
there.
Let's go.
East Coast, baby.
That's stupid. I just
decide.
It just is too much.
All right.
You got it.
Middays.
It's gonna be a big day
Middays
today.
with Ray and Kevin Cooney.
It'll be
coming
very
to Rams.
entertaining.
By the way, don't forget, you only make the switch from 2 to 6.
Oh, yeah, because all of us hot take artists.
Bill Colarulo.
Listen, he loves all of every one of us.
I don't understand the tweet the other day when it was make the switch 2 to 6 on the Fanatic. What about
the rest of the day?
Yeah, what about the rest of the day?
See, we're going to do what Bill doesn't do. Listen to the Fanatic all day long.
Yeah, let's promote everybody.
And all week long, don't just listen 2 to 6.
I know they just started, but like, come on, show a little love.
Be with us. We love you guys.
Ray Dunn, Kevin Cooney next. Everybody have a